Alright, good to see everybody showing up here. I am about to get everything going in just a second. Just a couple more things I need to do, I just realized, but won't be long. So stick around if you haven't already. Hit that like button.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Oh my Jesus, I say that.
So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Don't be creepy.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
Boxes full of Pepe. Boxes full of Pepe. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Alright, chat. The long anticipated wait is over. Well, oh no. What's going on? Hold on. Got problems. My mouth is broken. It's a disaster. I knew I was forgetting something. That appears to work. Let's try this again. Well, looks like it's another day. Another day filled with doom. Lot to cover here. Today I think we'll do okay, though. Starting late, but should be able to get through everything I want to, fingers crossed. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day and or night so far. Indeed, R.I.P. Akira Toriyama. Anyways, on to the doom, chat. Okay, what do we got on the list today, huh? It reminds you of Toonami back in the day. I recently realized that I'm giving off a real Space Ghosty vibe sometimes. Especially since I did a fake interview. I mean, a real interview with a real live orca. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that comparison at all. Well, first thing we're going to look at here today is something not of incredible significance initially, trying to ease us in here. This is a very quick video from Reuters of the SpaceX Crew 7 successfully splashing down in Florida. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Acquisition of signal in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and it looks like
I've got
getting
nobody.
our very first view of Dragon there on your screen. It is streaking through the sky as it continues to re-enter the atmosphere.
And at that point in time, the capsule will be traveling around 120 miles per hour, and we can see those main parachutes deploying now.
I can do that.
What a beautiful sight. As you can see on your screen, we have Dragon splashdown.
SpaceX copies. See the same.
And let's see if we do have a good comms check with her at this point. Rebecca, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How do you read me?
Great, Rebecca. Great job.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them.
Okay, this next one. I'm not even going to go back and forth on this one. Let's just go straight into this. This is an interesting video that Eli Lilly, the maker of Ozempic, put out as an ad. I think it was during, I can't remember if it was actually during the Oscars or not, but it was certainly aimed at the people at the Oscars.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them. For the smaller dress or tux.
Taking aim at Hollywood's apparent embrace of weight loss drugs, Eli Lilly's new ad campaign, Big Night, suggesting those who use the medications for vanity are standing in the way of people who really need them.
People whose health is affected by obesity are the reason we work on these medications. It matters who gets them.
The maker of Mounjaro and Zepbound, writing diabetes and anti-obesity medications were not studied for, are not approved for, and should not be used for cosmetic weight loss.
I think it's quite unusual for a pharmaceutical company to come out with an ad like this, where they're essentially discouraging, certain parts of the population from asking for this drug.
The prevalence of the medications in Hollywood has become an open secret. Jimmy Kimmel joking about it at last year's Oscars.
Everybody looks so great. When I look around this room, I can't help but wonder, is Ozempic right for me?
Chelsea Handler telling the Call Her Daddy podcast she briefly took Ozempic without realizing.
And I'm like, well, what is it? I go, I'm on semaglutide. And she goes, that's what it is.
And perhaps most famously, Oprah revealing last year she uses a weight loss medication, telling People magazine, I now use it as I feel I need it, as a tool to manage not yo-yoing. The drug's skyrocketing popularity has driven a shortage while fueling record profits for manufacturers. Novo Nordisk, the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy, recently valued at more than $500 billion, writing in a statement that they are committed to the responsible use of our medicines.
But that's not the point.
While some are skeptical of the intentions behind drug makers' recent messaging, Dr. Roshni Raj believes Lilly's new campaign makes an important statement.
This is not a drug that should be part of a Hollywood fad or trend. This is a serious treatment that can be life-saving in some cases and should be treated as such.
Now, all that being said, Em, a lot of people do want this.
I think it's really interesting that they've decided to take this stance on it. Like, and I think we could easily sit here and point out a lot of sort of hypocrisy in terms of, you know, cost coming from these these massive pharmaceutical companies, but I do think that they have a point, right? Like, people in Hollywood shouldn't be making it essentially more expensive for people that actually need it or whatever else, but I think we could also spend quite a bit of time going over how companies like Eli Lilly or Novo Nordisk could be lowering costs and or doing things that are less terrible for humanity. So it's hard for me to sit here and champion this ad, you know, but I just thought it was an interesting ad, you know, so I figured I would at least take a look at it. It's disingenuous, you think?
Drug, and it is an
go next. All right, what's next? Just doing some quick stuff there. Now we're gonna start getting into slightly more serious pressing news of the day. This just happened earlier today, like I think it was like 8 hours ago that this happened. This first video, this is a first of a series of videos we're going to watch on this subject. This first one's quick. This is from Reuters. FAA audit finds Boeing 737 production issues. This is from a New York Times report. Now, this is from 19 hours ago. I think this was directly before what you may or may not be aware of happening on aboard a 737 or a 787 flight, something like that.
Boeing's 737 MAX production process has dozens of issues with quality control. That's according to the New York Times, reporting on Monday on an audit from the Federal Aviation Administration. The checks came after a door panel blew off an Alaska Airlines plane mid-flight in January. The paper said the aerospace giant failed 33 out of 89 product tests for the MAX, including checks on the component that blew off the jet, known as a door plug. Meanwhile, the report said supplier Spirit Aerosystems, which makes the fuselage for the MAX, passed just 6 out of 13 audits. It failed checks, including one that involved a cargo door and another on the installation of cockpit windows. Concerns were also raised about technicians who carried out the door plug work. The report said there was a failure to determine the knowledge necessary for the operation of its processes. The FAA, Boeing, and Spirit Aerosystems did not reply to Reuters' request for comment. Now the audit comes as Boeing scrambles to explain and strengthen safety procedures after the FAA temporarily grounded MAX 9 jets due to the January incident. That same event is subject to investigations by the Justice Department and National Transportation Safety Board. Earlier.
Now, one thing before we move on too much here into this situation, I would like to assess some stuff here together. Switch this over here, I guess. That seems fine. So this, what you can see right in front of you here is a Jacobin article, and it's just a snippet of it. If you want to see the whole thing, you can easily find it. It's available, and they are one of the companies that don't paywall their stuff. But this little snippet I'm going to read for you. Boeing and Spirit spent billions of dollars on stock buybacks, which meant that they used cash on hand to repurchase company shares and artificially inflate short-term value for shareholders. Buybacks were seen as market manipulation and banned in the United States until 1982. Over the past decade, Boeing has spent $43.4 billion on stock buybacks, and in 2017, the company doled out around $9.3 billion in buybacks, its highest amount to date. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this article was written in 22? So 2 years ago? Wait, hold on. Let me look. Hold on. Make sure that I'm at least being accurate. Wait, where is it? Oh, no. This was actually a couple months ago. I was wrong about that particular information. So, just keep that in mind as we go into this. Boeing has spent nearly $50 billion over the last 10 years, it sounds like, a little bit over 10 years, on stock buybacks, which were considered manipulation. And if you're not completely familiar with the practice, it is essentially a way for a company to legally use the money that it has to essentially just hand it to shareholders, right? Which include usually high-level like executives. They often have pay packages that include massive like stock options, such and such. So that's who it benefits, right? It's capitalists that it benefits, and it certainly doesn't benefit quality control, for instance, safety regulations, for instance. It doesn't. It doesn't think about the workers. It just thinks about the people who own massive amounts of stock. Anyway, this next video is from 7 hours ago. Global news. A massive jolt. Boeing 787 plane drops mid-flight, injuring at least 50.
Monday, U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said he expects Boeing to comply with the federal probes.
At least 50 people were hurt when a Boeing 787 operated by LATAM Airlines suddenly dropped mid-flight from Sydney to Auckland on Monday.
A massive jolt happened.
Oh, it was Monday.
And
why did I think it was
today? I was awakened and I looked up to see the gentleman that was sitting next to me on the roof of the plane.
Ow.
I'm looking at him fully outstretched with his back on the roof of the plane. And then he came crashing down to the floor.
Can you imagine that? Like, suddenly, no gravity, and you're just, reverse gravity. So I guess in that case it'd be like centripetal force. Or centrifugal force. Yeah, that would not be fun. You're just walking down the aisle of the plane, going to use the overly cramped and very awkward bathroom, and suddenly you're flying. You're no longer walking, you're flying, and and then you're suddenly not flying. That would just be the worst. I don't know about you, but the immediate loss of control sounds real scary.
I thought I was dreaming. So anyone that was not in a seatbelt just flew randomly all across the plane. The plane basically stopped. Like the best way to describe it is it dropped out of the air instantly. And then it started to tail down, like nose down. And then it just picked up, it just kicked into gear and just took off again. And I was sure it was over. I was like, we're going, like, this is heading down. I saw cut heads, a few neck braces being applied, people being patched up with cuts and bruises. The gentleman beside me suffered some rib injuries. There was clearly some panicking, just like people hyperventilating and panicking.
Yeah, no kidding.
We dropped and it happened in a split second, and then suddenly...
I mean, if you're in a situation like that, where you literally, especially, like, if you're not in a window seat, right? And depending even where you are on the plane, like, you're getting, like, zero information on what's happening with the plane. Like, aside from your body's response to what the plane is doing, then that just sounds so fucking scary, dude. Oh, God. The worst roller coaster.
All the devices and bags were up near the roof, and then... next moment, everything was scattered on the ground. It was people scared.
Right. No, yeah. Centrifugal force is when you swing a bucket around and the water stays in. But in this analogy, the plane is the bucket and the humans are the water.
screaming, crying, and lots of injuries. I was quite calm in the intense situation, and there were lots of people who weren't. So I dealt with it fine, and I was able to provide some first aid to those around me.
Well, I'm glad those people are alive, but that is an unfortunate circumstance, and we've been hearing way too many of these sorts of things. And while the right wants to blame things like DEI and completely look away from corporate malfeasance, I think it really behooves us to spend time looking at that. As you know, if you're taking a massive amount of cash that you have on hand that you could be using for safety checks and things like that, and instead directing it at increasing the what do you call it? Like the gains, right, of people owning stocks in their portfolios, right? Of increasing the wealth of a small share of people who own those own those shares, and you get situations like this where stuff starts getting ignored, rather than being concerned about the people that they're supposed to be keeping safe. They think, how can we make more money for shareholders? It's not a good equation. All right, this next thing we're gonna watch, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm gonna skip around a little bit. This is a PBS Frontline documentary, which has now been updated after recent events, and has been re-released. I think it was today, an hour ago. Oh wow, I'm really on the ball right now. So yeah, this is Boeing's troubled 737 MAX plane. Boeing's fatal flaw.
The most critical pieces were there. A special...
Whoops, not quite at the beginning, am I?
Aircraft company. Amid new problems with Boeing's 737 MAX. Where was the oversight to make sure the most critical pieces were there? A special update to the award-winning investigation with the New York Times into the problem-plagued airplane.
Lion Air flight JC610 went missing from radio.
And then the second plane crashed.
Ethiopia crashed minutes after taking off.
This was going to be an existential crisis for the company.
They had no idea how powerful MCAS was.
FAA's oversight was sorely lacking.
The mounting pressure on Boeing.
This was supposed to be one of the most highly scrutinized planes in the world. Here you are with another incident that was risking passengers' lives.
We're going to approach this, number one, acknowledging our mistake.
Now on Frontline.
It had direct echoes of everything we had been reporting on years ago.
Boeing's fatal flaw.
Did I hear the news about the Boeing whistleblower being found dead? No, I didn't, Latino Mufune. I am gonna have to Google that while we're watching this documentary. However, I need tea. My voice is getting a little raspy.
On the morning of October 29th, I was woken up by a colleague who alerted me that a Lion aircraft crashed. He said it's the MAX, and I was surprised because it was a new aircraft. My company provided the air data for aircraft flying around the Jakarta area. So I went to the computer and looked at the data. It was immediately apparent that, okay, something was wrong. The plane went up to about 2,000 feet, just over a minute after takeoff. And the plane had a bit of a dive. And then the plane climbed to about 5,000 feet. But then at 5,000 feet, the plane was fluctuating up and down. And then the plane just started diving. It just didn't make sense. You don't see planes diving on departure. I was baffled. Why did it go down?
Oh, you posted Okay, I will check that. And is it in the Discord? I'll definitely check
Lion
that.
Air
Thank you.
flight JC610 went missing from radar.
189 people were killed in the crash of Lion Air Flight 610.
The Boeing 737 MAX 8.
The plane was a new Boeing 737 MAX,
What do we know about this 737 MAX 8?
the fastest.
Okay, we're gonna move past the Boeing, the Indonesian and Ethiopian Airlines part of this. If you want, that's been covered multiple times by everyone. If you're not familiar with it, you can definitely go check this documentary out on PBS. But today we're gonna focus on some other stuff.
But Boeing has a complex and close relationship with the agency that oversees it.
The airplanes are part of the story, but so are the regulators. The FAA regulated Boeing in part with a handful of Boeing employees whose paychecks came from Boeing, but whose jobs were to represent the interests of the FAA.
Huh. That sounds a little bit like a conflict of interest. I don't know. What do you think, Chad?
It's a decades-old arrangement known as delegation that allows federal agencies to give oversight powers to the companies they regulate.
In the beginning, there was a really good reason for this. The FAA was certifying things that made no sense to have them certify every single exit sign or bathroom sign or paint. The issue that many of the FAA employees that we talked to had was that it went way beyond bathroom signs. Over time, Congress passed laws that pushed the FAA to hand over the responsibility for more and more tasks to the company, to Boeing.
Yeah, it's probably
With
bad.
this level of delegation between the company and the FAA, it became hard to understand who was working for who.
Where have I heard that before? Shade Dragon. Investigating themselves and finding that they've done nothing wrong. I feel like I've heard of people doing that in the past. I'm just struggling to think of good examples. Ahem.
In the design of the 737 MAX, many things would be delegated to Boeing. That included MCAS.
Under the impression that this was a relatively benign system, the FAA agreed to delegate it, as is the custom with the FAA and Boeing. And that's what happened in this case. It handed it over.
In a statement, the FAA blamed ineffective coordination and said it had not focused on MCAS when it certified the MAX because Boeing had not identified MCAS as significant. Under orders from Congress, the FAA has since made changes to the delegation process. After years of going through design and development, the 737 MAX prototype was rolled out of Boeing's Renton factory for its maiden flight.
Ed Wilson is in the cockpit. He's the new chief pilot, and he takes off.
And let's just take a listen as this airplane gets ready for its very first takeoff.
A short time after this first maiden flight, Ed Wilson, he and his co-pilot start to realize that the 737 MAX is not handling as smoothly as it should in certain low-speed situations. It's shortly after takeoff. You know, it's still kind of climbing to ascend. It's not going full speed.
Boeing engineers had an idea for how to deal with this.
They know about MCAS, and they know that MCAS was actually used for a similar situation in these high-speed maneuvers. And so, theoretically, MCAS could also be used in these other situations to also smooth out the handling. Crucially, it's already been created, it's already been approved, and it's something that we could just apply, you know, to a different phase of flight. It's actually a pretty easy fix. This ends up being an extremely fateful decision. They enable the stabilizer to move much more, actually 4 times as much. Now the system's designed for low-speed situations like just after takeoff. And after takeoff is when the plane is still only a few thousand feet over the ground. That means you have much less room for error. It's happening in automated fashion and a repeated fashion. This fundamentally changes MCAS.
Wow, chat, very cynical. Latino buffoon. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Boeing was cutting corners by piecing their planes together with paper mache. Man, that does not inspire a lot of confidence, I gotta be honest.
It makes it much more aggressive, much more risky. It's a far more dangerous system.
Boeing was doubling down on the system, expanding it, despite the earlier catastrophic result in a simulator test. The Times reporting on MCAS focused on a former Boeing pilot.
I started to hear about a pilot at Boeing whose name was Mark Faulkner, the chief technical pilot for the 737.
He was this key liaison between the company and the FAA.
He was the person who personally emailed the FAA asking for MCAS to be removed from the pilot manual. That was an important piece of this because we understood that the FAA really didn't know that MCAS became more powerful.
He was speaking absolutely on behalf of the company. This was not some low-level employee. And he was asking for something that was really quite substantial, that a new piece of software that made the plane behave in ways that it previously hadn't be concealed from the pilots. This is where the commercial pressures from the executive level come right down to the development of the airplane.
Mark Faulkner certainly was not a lone actor in what he did. He was following through on a policy by Boeing to ensure that the program did not have to put pilots in a flight simulator.
It got to the point where Mark Faulkner got an award for keeping training on the 737 MAX to a minimum.
That is insane, okay?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Like, think about it. Oh my god. Like, this is the sort of corner cutting that we were talking about, right? It's like, okay, we got all this cash. We could use it to be responsible. We could use it to improve planes. We could use it to improve efficiency of planes, and all sorts of other stuff. We could do research and development with that money. You know, shit. You could fucking pay your employees more, right? Not that all, like, you know. But because, like, I honestly don't know exactly how well Boeing employees are paid compared to other employees, so I don't want to make that judgment necessarily, but I feel like we're just talking about what you could do with the money, right? And you can certainly do that. Right? It's an option. It's on the fucking table. But instead, they use it to increase, you know, the wealth of the people who are at the very top of the structure of the corporation. And it leads to stuff like that. It's like, oh, how little can we train pilots before we stick them up in the air and put people on the planes that they're flying? It makes you not want to fly.
Nearly 8 months after requesting that MCAS be removed from pilot training manuals, Faulkner texted a colleague with a shocking realization.
This appears to be the moment where Mark Faulkner learns that MCAS has been expanded. He writes in that message, "I basically lied to the regulators unknowingly."
But he never went back and corrected the record. He never went back and fixed the error.
Mark Faulkner wouldn't speak to us. He was indicted for lying to FAA investigators about MCAS, but later found not guilty of all charges in federal court. His lawyer told the Times reporters that his communications with the FAA were honest and that he would never jeopardize the safety of other pilots or their passengers. When Boeing engineers expanded the MCAS system, they included a feature that would make it particularly dangerous.
Planes have millions of parts in them, and there's one little one on the 737 that sticks out of the fuselage.
See that little black circle there? That is called
the angle of attack sensor.
On the 737 MAX, it had the power to trigger MCAS.
It's the AOA sensor that is one of the crucial parameters to the computer to tell the plane that it's in a perilous condition.
The angle of attack sensor would activate MCAS by telling the system that the plane's nose was too high, and then MCAS would try to push the nose down.
But if this sensor is broken for whatever reason, MCAS never realizes, and so it keeps.
So if you can see that little device there, that's the angle of attack device. And it appears to just be this sort of piece of metal that's attached to like not a gimbal, but like some sort of actuating arm, and depending on where like the angle of the plane as it travels through the air, it'll move accordingly. But they had that device hooked up directly to this supposed MCAS computer system, which can take control of the plane and make decisions essentially for pilots, and push the plane directly into a nosedive and other sorts of not good things. We're going to move this forward a little bit. Right about here, I think. Yeah, actually, right before they start talking here. Yes, there we go.
Personal sense of loss and remorse and failure, and it affects a lot of people.
In the fall of 2019, with the MAX having been grounded for 7 months.
Wait, chat wants to fix planes with baseball gum and pantyhose? Is that the plan? Duct tape? I don't think that's a good plan at all. That's not the sort of level of technology I'd like to be on the planes that I fly on, me personally.
Congressional investigators released internal communications they found during their investigation.
Test pilots working for Boeing write about problems with the MCAS system 2 years before the first fatal crash.
It was further evidence of the company's attempt to avoid pilot training for the MAX.
Did that ever cross their minds that they were going to let something go into the air that could potentially kill people?
Boeing CEO Dennis Muhlenberg appeared before Congress.
Boeing's CEO is expected to acknowledge that his company made mistakes.
And here's the first time this guy's in the hot seat.
We appreciate the opportunity. By then, he'd become the face of the 737 MAX crisis.
I've been on this committee a long time. We have never undertaken an investigation of this magnitude.
We intentionally put the families close to the witness. They're the victims here. And it should be like, you know, a trial in court where you get to face the person who committed a violent act against you.
I would point out, it shouldn't be like a trial in court. It should be an actual trial, and it's not. This is a fucking hearing, which these days feel more and more just like pony shows. Oh, you guys weren't saying that you wanted to fix planes with that. You were suggesting that's what Boeing is doing. Ah, that is an apt analogy.
The committee confronted Muhlenberg with an array of internal Boeing documents.
The next slide. This shows that Boeing became aware that the disagreement was important.
This that Boeing understood how important the pilots didn't know about this is unacceptable.
Boeing's marketing representatives emphasized to potential customers that FAA had reduced the length of pilot training. That
Low reaction time scenario, 10 seconds, found the failure to be catastrophic.
For those families, the pain of this was accentuated because this evidence that was going up on the screen was information that they felt that Mr. Muhlenberg could have used to inform his decision about keeping the plane in the air or not.
We do know that...
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird like that, isn't it? Because he's supposed to be the guy in charge of everything. And yet, no. It seems almost like corporate structure is flawed. you know, in some of its hierarchical decision-making processes. Just saying.
Boeing engineers actually proposed placing a MCAS enunciator in the cockpit. Are we vulnerable to a single AOA sensor failure now? MCAS, as you emphasize, flight control will now compare inputs from both AOA sensors. And I guess the question is, why wasn't it that way from day one?
Mr. Chairman, we've asked ourselves that same question over and over. And if back then we knew everything that we know now, we would have made a different.
Aren't I a good guy?
Decision.
Nadia Milleron, she was radiating with anger over this.
It's come to the point where you're not the person anymore to solve the situation. I want to say it to you directly because I don't think you understand what we're saying.
She was right in front of him. And here you have the CEO of what is one of the most important American companies, one of the most important companies in the world.
In the end, it's about safety. And
even if you're not capable of doing that.
Looking in the eyes of the mother of a young woman who died on.
This is the sick part of corporate, like, governance and law, right? For me, it absolutely is abhorrent that it's legal and actually acceptable, not maybe by human beings with a conscience, but by the law, for him as CEO to make decisions such as prioritizing profits and returning money to, quote-unquote returning, that's a ridiculous phrase, but it's used all the time, giving money to shareholders, and, you know, over, like, safety, over people's lives, and can be protected by the fucking law, because he was just doing his job as CEO, just protecting the capitalist interests.
His airplane.
I know that she wasn't afraid of flying at all until the last 6 minutes of her life. That's just a horrible betrayal that Boeing and the FAA caused for this person in the last moments of their life. And it kills me that that trust was betrayed.
Boeing's really kind of stuck in a hard spot here.
Dennis Muhlenberg was blasted on Capitol Hill.
2 months later, with the company's stock plummeting.
Boeing's stock has been dropping all day.
But it's down 22% since the 737 MAX.
I know this is completely unrelated to it, but it's such a beautiful city, Seattle. Like Mount Rainier back there and everything. Holy shit.
Here. Dennis Muhlenberg was blasted on Capitol Hill.
2 months later, with the company's stock plummeting.
Boeing's stock has been dropping all day.
But it's down 22% since the 737 MAX jet was first grounded back.
And the MAX still grounded. Dennis Muhlenberg was out.
So that's the amount of accountability that he has to face, right? Just does, you know, he's no longer CEO now. Oh, that's so sad. Jeez. Wow, the punishment. I can barely handle to face that. So sad.
In March of 2021, families gathered in Washington, D.C. for the second anniversary of the crash of Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. Boeing had recently settled a criminal charge of conspiracy to defraud the United States, brought by the Department of Justice.
We have some breaking news on Boeing, Phil LeBeau.
In the settlement, Boeing admitted to misleading statements, half-truths, and omissions about MCAS. It agreed to pay $2.5 billion, $500 million to the families of the victims, and most of the rest to compensate the airlines. After 20 months of being grounded, the 737 MAX was approved by the FAA to fly again.
All right, we have made it to the portion where we're talking about the things that have happened this year. So this is the, what do you call it? The update to this documentary. So put your seatbelts on, passengers, and buckle up.
Well, let's go down. Trouble to declare an emergency. We're descending down to 10,000. We have 177 passengers.
A 737 MAX, flown by Alaska Airlines, had taken off from Portland, Oregon about 7 minutes earlier.
At an altitude of 16,000 feet, there's a very loud bang. A piece of the plane's body is blown out at row 26.
I opened my eyes to a giant hole in the plane, and I could see the city lights.
There's a deafening wind howling through the plane. The cockpit door flies open. One of the pilots loses her headset. Another pilot almost loses his after his head slams into a display. There's just chaos.
The boy's shirt was sucked off him and out of the plane.
Jesus
and his mother
Christ.
was holding on to him.
I saw half of his body was getting sucked out, and then I was like, oh my God.
And I look over and there's a hole on the side of the plane. And in that moment, I'm just like, oh God, I'm gonna die.
Yes, we are emergency. We are depressurized. We do need to return back to, we have 170,000.
The plane was able to make an emergency landing back in Portland. But the incident resurrected concerns about Boeing and the MAX.
We were very fortunate we didn't have a third crash on January 5th.
We need everyone to remain seated with their seatbelt fastened right now.
Joe Jacobson has continued to monitor the MAX since.
That shit would be so scary if you're that kid sitting there and suddenly the freaking side of the plane just goes flying out. You lose your fucking shirt. Oh my God. Oh God. And if you're small enough, you could probably just get sucked right out of that plane. I don't know how little that kid was, but I'm glad he's
retiring
okay.
from the FAA in 2021.
Alaska 1282 could have very easily been a fatal crash. Higher altitudes, some passengers may have lost consciousness. Pilots could have lost consciousness.
This time, the FAA immediately grounded similar MAX 9s so that each plane could be inspected.
Hundreds of flights are canceled across the U.S. Boeing 737 MAX 9
out of service,
now
forcing
grounded around the world.
I honestly wasn't surprised when I saw the news. It had direct echoes of everything we had been reporting on years ago as we tried to unpack what happened during the MAX crisis.
At the New York Times, a new
So much discussion of Big League Chew. It's very, very sentimental. I definitely rocked some Big League Chew back in the day while playing Little League Baseball. It's been a long time since I've seen a bag of little Big League Chew. I mean, yeah, I don't even know how long it's been, but I assume they still make it, right? We could get some, you know, and it's easily shareable. Everybody in chat could get some.
Team was picking up the reporting on the MAX and what it meant for Boeing.
The real bombshell moment comes in early February when the National Transportation Safety Board releases its preliminary report on the incident. What the NTSB's report makes clear is this was a problem on Boeing's factory floor. This was Boeing's problem.
The NTSB focused on a piece of the plane that replaced an unused emergency exit called a door plug. Boeing workers had failed to install 4 bolts that secured it to the plane. The company later said it had no documentation of the work.
Okay, so this is more serious than this plane situation, so hold on. I gotta switch over. I just did a very important Google search just now. I just want you to all to witness this together, since it's being talked about so much. This is what you get when you search Big League Chew. You can get an entire fucking bucket of Big League Chew from Amazon for $13.21. That is an obscene amount of Big League Chew. I had no idea how cheap Big League Chew actually is. It's crazy. That is, I would argue that's too much big. If you have that much, we got a problem. We need to do something about this. That's too much Big League Chew, pal. That is, how much is in this? I have to click it. I can't help it. I can't help it. How much is that? God. It's a full pound. It's a full pound of Big League Chew. That is crazy, dog. That's crazy. All right, back to you know, this other situation we were looking at that wasn't gum related. A full pound. Okay. Whoops. How did this happen? There we go.
Where was the oversight? Where was the redundant checks?
It's too expensive. You gotta buy it off of Temu if you want to fix Boeing planes. Well, I would just point out that if you are fixing planes with gum, you do want to go with the bucket of Big League Chew. That's at least it's better than your off-brand gum.
For someone to come back to make sure that the most critical pieces to it were there.
Nothing in plane design or plane production is done without several layers of redundancy, without frequent inspections, without frequent checks. And the idea that something as important as a part of the plane's body could leave the factory without the bolts needed to hold it in place is shocking.
This was supposed to be one of the most highly scrutinized planes in the world, and here you are with another incident that was risking passengers' lives.
Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun was quick to own the failure in a series of appearances.
We're going to approach this, number one, acknowledging our mistake.
I want everybody on every airplane to know that Boeing owns it.
Boeing is accountable for what happened. An event like this simply must not happen.
We own it. There's no other answer I can give you.
The door plug was a production failure. MCAS was a design flaw. But both raised questions about Boeing's safety culture and the FAA's oversight.
The shocking thing about the MAX is the sheer number of problems, design problems, manufacturing problems.
Joe Jacobson is now working with families of the victims of the 737 MAX 8 crashes to bring other safety concerns to the FAA.
And this is after, the supposedly most comprehensive recertification in the history of aviation.
I think what's most scary is that you have both kinds of accidents happening at the same company.
Yeah.
That, to me, reveals a culture inside the
Yeah,
company.
exactly.
I mean, I know we keep coming...
That's what I know. I keep coming back to this, and this guy will probably reiterate what I'm about to say, but this whole culture of focusing only on profits, only on returning profits to shareholders, and things of that nature are leading to important redundancies, as they were referring to, being neglected and having planes go out of there. It's not DEI or anything else like that right wingers want to tell you. It's fucking the corporate culture of neglecting to care about the communities and the people that they serve, not having any responsibility for it after the fact when tragedies happen, and it's just a fucking cycle of garbage. It's baseball time? Okay. Ooh, who's in North Dakota? I missed that. It's unfortunate. You're right. Whoa, what did I just do? What just happened? How did I just lose where I was at? Oh, that was annoying. Here we are.
But it's right at the root of what happened in both sets of accidents.
In a statement, Boeing said it is
I think we missed part of that. Hold on, I gotta go back further.
And this is after, the supposedly most comprehensive recertification in the history of aviation.
I think what's most scary is that you have both kinds of accidents happening at the same company. That, to me, reveals a culture inside the company. I mean, I know we keep coming back to this word culture, but it's right at the root of what happened in both sets of accidents.
In a statement, Boeing said it is dedicated to transparency, and it is implementing a comprehensive plan to strengthen safety and quality. Less than 7 weeks after the Alaska Air incident, the executive running the MAX program was out. In early March, the FAA said it had found multiple quality control issues with the MAX. The agency also released a report that found Boeing's safety culture has been inadequate and confusing.
that's not what you want. That's not what you want. I'm no safety expert or anything. I don't work at OSHA or for your HR department, but I'm pretty sure safety shouldn't be confusing. That's the last thing you want. You know, I'm pretty sure that's why they have things like, we're just talking simply like fire drills or whatever else. You know, like they try and make sure that they cut down confusion on every single thing. It's like, okay, when you have a fire drill, if you're in this spot, you go here, right? So that nobody's wondering what to do. So the fact that people are confused on plants where they're putting together planes, which are basically just sky buses filled with people going at like 400 miles an hour.
And now the Justice Department is investigating the company.
Cultural change doesn't happen overnight, especially at big corporations like this. And it doesn't happen just because you got slapped with a fine. It's the product of millions of decisions, whatever it might mean in terms of lost profits that impact the share price in the short term. But if Boeing wants to get back to that place of grandeur where it was for so long one of the most important American companies, it's gonna take not 4 years.
Seriously, and Boeing got bailed out, if you recall, during like the pandemic and stuff like that. And they are absolutely constantly being touted as being like the number one, like not the number one, but like a pivotal part of American business. And the thing is like at one point, like I wanted to be a pilot before I learned just how bad pilots' lives were and got into, you know, space station related stuff. You know, it was a thing I thought would be cool, but now it sounds like a terrible plan.
But it might take 14.
More than 170 MAX 9s were grounded by the FAA after the Alaska Airlines incident. Nearly all are now back in service.
Bam. All right, that's the end of that. Well, kind of the end of that's where we're ending it. But if you do want to see the whole documentary, you certainly can go to PBS on Frontline, Boeing's troubled 737 MAX plane. One thing I wanted to look at real quick, I'm not even going to bring this up on your screen, I'll just read it for you. But, and this is old numbers, so that may have changed, but at one time there were a total of, actually no, sorry, this last one is, no, hold on, I'm going to do it in reverse. This number is actually, from what I understand, is current, right? And there are at least 6,500 737 MAXs in service right now around the world, out of a total of 29,000 as of 2022 total global fleet size. So 6,500 out of it's basically like it's nearly a fourth. It's like 1/5, somewhere between a fifth and a fourth. Like 23% or something like that. I'm just doing the math in my head. But yeah, that is scary, basically. Every time you go on a plane, unless you're double checking it, you got like a 1 in 4 chance of being on a 737. It's not, I don't like those odds at all. And the fact is, a huge portion of planes in the air are Boeing. Like, I don't even know exactly what portion, but it's massive. Because the 737 is only one example of Boeing-made planes, right? 747, I think they stopped making the 777, 787s, I forget, is the Airbus the 737 MAX? No, I think they're two different ones. But they eventually, you know, they make most of the planes, aside from the private planes, to be perfectly honest. Okay. What's next? Oh. Somebody in chat had suggested I look into this Boeing whistleblower who died recently. This is from 18 hours ago. Let's watch this. News Nation.
Florida's teachers can
Whoa.
discuss LGBTQ.
Hey, what the fuck? Hold on. Sorry, chat. Somehow things are out of order on one list. They are not the same. That is not what we want. Seriously, we're going to do this again?
LGBTQ and gender identity
don't you dare go. Do not go out of order. How dare you do this?
Florida's teachers can discuss LGBT.
You've lost my trust, YouTube. You've lost it. How dare you? There we go.
Talk about an incredible story developing overnight. Questions now swirling around the death of Boeing whistleblower John Barnett. He was a safety and quality control manager for Boeing for decades, who became one of the most vocal whistleblowers against that company. Police say he died in South Carolina after he had reportedly been testifying in a deposition as part of a major lawsuit against his former employer. Nick's here with the very latest in the story. Nick, he was set to appear for even more questioning that same day he was found dead. Timing is suspicious here.
Timing is suspicious, Marky, and it remains an active investigation. Barnett was in Charleston to testify against Boeing as part of a class action lawsuit. The Charleston County Coroner's Office said Barnett died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. By Saturday, when Barnett didn't show up for questioning, police went looking for him. Police say the 62-year-old was found in his truck outside of his hotel. Barnett spent 32 years working for Boeing, including as a quality control manager at one of the 2 U.S. factories that built 787 Dreamliners. Just 2 years after his retirement, Barnett told the BBC about his concerns that the push to build new airplanes was leading to a rushed assembly process that compromised safety. And he spent the last 5 years blowing the whistle on what he saw as substandard safety protocols. Speaking to TMZ about the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout earlier this year, Barnett said, quote, "What we're seeing with the door plug blowout is what I've seen with the rest of the airplane as far as jobs not being completed properly, inspection steps being removed, issues being ignored." Another Boeing employee turned whistleblower, Ed Pearson, told News Nation's Connell McShane an almost identical story about his time at Boeing.
I started seeing a lot of problems in the factory. This was in 2018, and we just saw a deterioration of quality. And meanwhile, the airplanes are being rushed out the door. There's huge pressure from corporate headquarters to get these planes out the door. And employees are tired, they're fatigued, they're making mistakes. There's not enough of them, parts issues, all kinds of issues. It was absolute chaos.
Absolute chaos. Barnett's death comes
not
as
a good
additional reporting from the New York Times.
That's not what you want, right? out of planes, okay? I'd like to think that every plane that I step on was meticulously looked over and not rushed out so that I could get onto it. No big deal, no rush, just get it there in good condition, please.
Claims the FAA found dozens of issues throughout the manufacturing process during a recent audit. The Times reports the FAA reviewed 89 separate aspects of the process, and Boeing failed 33 of them.
That's not good either, right? You shouldn't be failing more than 1/3 of the checks, right? In fact, I would like to say shouldn't be failing any of them. That's my thinking. For a company with a market cap of $112 billion, you would think they'd maybe have the money to keep things working properly.
Including a mechanic allegedly using a hotel room key to check a door seal and another using Dawn dish soap, Markey, to a door seal as lubricant.
What?
In a statement, Boeing said they were...
What? I'm sorry, what? Did he just say Dawn dish soap to me? Oh no, chat. Oh, chat. Why, chat? This whole time you've been right. I've been wrong. I was like, no, that's hyperbolic. That is hyperbolic discourse. They're not using Big League Chew and pantyhose and duct tape to fix planes. Dawn dish soap.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's freaking it's freaking bonkers. That is not lubricant. That's soap. It's on the bottle. It says soap. You can check it. Usually it's in at least 2 languages, English, maybe Spanish, depending where you're at. Maybe French if you're in Canada. What? That one really hurt me inside. And I'm sorry if I yelled into your ears, chat, but that one made so little sense to me. It's a company with wait, what was, hold on, let me look this up. Don't tell me it. Okay. Boeing had revenue of $22 billion in Q4 of 2023. So between, what is that, September and December? Something like that. Either way, my point is, it was like a period of 3 months. They made $22 billion and were using fucking dish soap to lubricate things? Excuse me? I'm pretty sure lube isn't that expensive. It's certainly not $22 billion expensive. I know that much. I know that much. You know, things are low budget here at the Galactic Space Station, but even I am not stooping to using dish soap for lubricant, okay? I know that's a bad call. Alright, what are we looking at next, people? What are we looking at? Alright, now we're gonna go to the next video, which you probably already know what it is due to the fact that YouTube hates me. But this is actually good news. This is actually good news. This is a Reuters report from 17 hours ago entitled "Settlement Allows Florida Teachers to Say Gay." Good news from Florida? Crazy, chat, I know.
Florida's teachers can discuss LGBTQ and gender identity issues in the classroom again, as long as it's not part of what they teach. That's under a settlement reached on Monday with state officials. Both LGBTQ advocates and state officials have claimed victory over the outcome. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had signed the Parental Rights in Education bill into law 2 years ago. It banned classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity.
Those fucking kids have no idea what the hell they're clapping for, and I find it incredibly gross that Ron doesn't know how to smile. Santis, you know, who goes for these sorts of gross kind of photo ops, like looping kids into his disgusting agenda. Like, what the fuck, bro? Have some goddamn class.
For young students. Labeled "Don't Say Gay" by critics, the bill stirred national controversy, including protests by students and employees of Walt Disney, whose biggest theme park is in Florida. An appeals court on Monday left the law in place, banning classroom instruction about sexual orientation or gender identity for roughly 5 to 9-year-olds. But it also set guidelines for teachers that allowed open discussions involving sex and gender topics. In response to Monday's settlement, DeSantis' office called it a major win against the activists. In a statement,
I swear to God, every time, and he's a grown man, right? Like, how old is Ron? I know he's got to be close to 50. Ron DeSantis, 45 years old. He's a 45-year-old man who only understands what the approximation of smiling is. He's never done it. He's never genuinely smiled. He's just seen other people do it. And so he's always trying, but he really just doesn't seem to know, like, understand the mechanics of it, I guess.
The governor said critics and the media had mischaracterized the law, saying its aim was meant to, quote, keep radical gender and sexual ideology out of the classrooms. Equality Florida, one of the groups that sued to stop the 2022 law, said the settlement would protect student clubs, reinforce non-discrimination protections, and prevent the banning of library books related to classroom topics. It said the court's decision, quote, dismantles the most harmful impacts of the law, ensuring it cannot be wielded as a tool.
I'm sure it will still be wielded as a tool of discrimination, so don't be too excited, chat, but it's a minor win. It's a tiny win in a sea of losses in Florida. But, you know, it just did feel important to at least cover it and know that some people are fighting for the rights of teachers, for the rights of everybody, essentially, to at least be able to discuss sexual and gender identity in schools. Okay. What's on my list? Okay, staying in America for now. This is a piece from the Real News Network with Chris Hedges. Might be familiar with that individual. This is how private equity conquered America. I don't know if you're noticing this, chat, but I've started off with a very low amount of doom in this stream. So for those of you who have been saying too much doom all the time, well, guess what? Slightly less doom. I don't know exactly what proportion less doom there is going to be today, but it's, I want to say like at least 10%. Like 10% less doom. So, you know, enjoy that. Can't even teach English without referring to gender identity. Very true. Very a lot of languages have gendered like, what do you call it? Like pronouns and nouns in general, like French, Spanish, most of the Latin languages, or like Latin-based languages. You know what, chat? All right, Moen Up. You're making a fair point. This is less doom than what is actual doom look like. Well, sorry, chat, but I don't make the news. Okay, like I don't go out there signing laws that ban people from just being themselves in school. I don't. You know, what else don't I do? I don't cut costs on planes that are going to be used for the public. I don't run a multi-billion-dollar corporation that is endangering the lives of humanity. I don't know. But I do report on it, and that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And you're right. Maybe I'm jaded, and maybe what I see as non-doom is in fact also doom, but just in a cheerier envelope, and I see that as as being good enough. And that's, maybe I have to do some assessment of myself personally, okay? And I'll definitely be considering that 100%. Be taking that time. All right, Chris Hedges, tell me things.
Equity firms, Apollo, Blackstone, the Carlyle Group, Kohlberg, Kraft.
Whoops. Go back 15 seconds, please.
The U.S. economy is being held hostage by a small cohort of financiers who run private equity firms, Apollo, Blackstone, the Carlyle Group, Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts. These equity firms buy up and plunder businesses, piling on debt, refusing to reinvest, slashing staff, and often driving companies into bankruptcy. The object is not to sustain businesses, but to harvest them for assets to make a short-term profit. Those who run these firms, such as Leon Black, Henry Kravis, Steven Schwartzman, and David Rubenstein, have amassed personal fortunes in the billions of dollars. The wreckage they orchestrate is taken out on workers who lose jobs or see salaries and benefits slashed, taken out on pension funds that are depleted because of usurious fees or abolished, and on our health and safety. Residents of nursing homes, for example, owned by private equity firms, experience 10% more deaths because of staffing shortages and reduced compliance with standards of care.
Yeah.
Private equity...
And we saw that during the pandemic, it was even worse, right? If I recall correctly, they were having serious problems.
Owns hospitals and has created a health crisis. Nursing shortages have contributed to 1 of every 4 unexpected hospital deaths or injuries caused by errors. The private equity firms do not serve patients, but profits. They have closed hospitals, especially in rural America. They cut back on stockpiles of vital medical devices, including ventilators and personal protective equipment. In 1975, the U.S. had about 1.5 million hospital beds and a population of about 216 million people. Now, with a population of over 330 million people.
You're here for the Doom or the Big League Chew. Okay, that's fair. We will be distributing Big League Chew to everybody at the end of chat. Wink, wink.
We have around 925,000 beds. 56% of Americans have medical debt.
I love how I just called the stream chat at the end of the stream. But no, that's actually a joke. I unfortunately have I don't have the capabilities to distribute Big League Chew through chat. I wish I did. If I did, that would be pretty amazing.
Even though many have insurance, and 23% owe $10,000 or more. Emergency room visits and emergency rooms are often run by private equity firms, contributed to medical debt for 44% of Americans. At the same time, the healthcare system, because of this slash and burn assault, was unprepared to handle the COVID epidemic, seeing 330,000 Americans die during the pandemic because they could not afford to go to a doctor on time. These private equity firms, like an invasive species, are ubiquitous. They have acquired educational institutions, utility companies, and retail chains while bleeding taxpayers of hundreds of billions in subsidies, made possible by bought and paid for prosecutors, politicians, and regulators. Joining me to discuss private equity firms and their assault on the economy is the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Gretchen Morgensen, who along
good to see you, Brandy Nuance. Welcome back.
With Joshua Rosner wrote, "These are the plunderers, how private equity runs and wrecks America." Let's begin with what they are. They've just rebranded themselves, but I'll let you start.
Well, Chris, these are the old takeover titans that we started to learn about in the 80s. RJR Nabisco was the big deal that focused everyone's attention on them. And they just rebranded themselves, as you said, into something called private equity. A little bit more genteel, sounds like it actually might be fair, equity being that word. So these are just those corporate raiders that really were sort of fearsome. And, Congress at that time was concerned about what they were going to do to the economy. Congress lost interest and went on to the next thing. And of course, they did then go on to, over the next few decades, really pillage the economy and workers and pensions, as you pointed out.
Explain how they work, because it's all about debt. And what's interesting from your book is that they actually don't put very much money. But I'll let you explain just the mechanics of it.
Okay. These firms, first of all, they raise money for their buyouts. They don't use a lot of their own money for those buyouts. What they do is they go to public pensions, they go to endowments, they go to the big institutional investors and say, we're putting together a fund, we're going to buy out companies, we're going to make them more efficient, and then we're going to sell them in 5 to 7 years at a profit, and you will be able to reap those gains along with us. But yes, as you point out, the private equity titans do not put a lot of their money, of their own money at stake here. 1 to 2% of these funds are typically the private equity firm's money. So after they have raised the money, they go out and look for companies to buy. And they really home in on companies that have assets.
Mitt Romney is a great example of a takeover titan, quote unquote, like a very public facing one, that's for sure. But I would say he's not fledgling, but he's like middling, right? Like there's much more sinister takeover titans than him that just happen to not be in government and happen to manage to avoid being as public facing as Mitt Romney, say. But no, he's certainly an example of that exact problem.
That they can strip
These are
assets.
often physical assets that they can sell.
Physical assets like real estate. Now, you pointed out that they've taken over a lot of retailers. When that was going on, often they would be buying retailers that had, either very, very favorable leases or actually had land underneath their stores that they could then sell at a profit, stripping the company. It's really not about operating the company, as you say. It's really about stripping the assets, extracting the money that they can from it. It's an extraction business. So they buy a company, they then find out how they can make it more efficient, which means usually firing.
By the way, I'd love everybody here to, maybe not now, it's probably a little late to attempt this, but, during the daytime, just go around your neighborhood, go to some, go hit up some banks and some, credit unions and be like, hey, I'm just raising money to buy some stuff. Not sure what it's going to be, but we got big ideas on what we're going to buy, and we're going to make big money, and see if people just give it to you, right? Because that's basically what I'm sorry, I forgot her name now. Rebecca? Shit, no, it wasn't Rebecca. Go back. Where is her book? Something about. I'm gonna figure that out in a second. But that's what she was alluding to, essentially, right? Where private equity doesn't always start off with having an incredible amount of money, but maybe just connections to certain people with money, whether it be in banking or that are just insanely wealthy individuals, and then they use that money to essentially go around your town, your city, buying up things and extracting the wealth from it.
Many people, stripping the assets, selling them off, and sometimes they sell the assets and they get all their money back. Initially,
Yes, good point. Latino Mifune making a great point. If you tell people that you're a disruptor, you actually might have a chance.
Early on in the process. And what's left really is a carcass. What's left is a company that has now got enormous amounts of debt piled on top of it. These transactions are funded by debt. But it's not the private equity firm that takes on the debt. It's the company they're buying. So if they buy a retailer, they'll put a load of debt on that retailer. Suddenly that retailer has way higher costs of operating, which means that then they have to cut costs elsewhere, fire people, deplete pensions. It's really a game where a very narrow slice of people win and a huge circle of pain of losers is involved. Everybody else is on the losing end.
Well, because it's about short-term profit. You have an example in the book about a nursing home system. This was an amazing story. And so what they do is they sold the physical buildings that had the nursing homes, and then suddenly these nursing homes had to rent, I think it was $40,000 or something more a month. I'll let you explain. So they actually carry out policies, not just loading it up with debt, but also carrying out policies that physically dynamite.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding him correctly, and hopefully she will. Wait, where am I at right now? 809. I'm gonna go back and find her name before I try and refer to this like Gretchen. I'm gonna remember that now. Gretchen Morganson. But I think if I'm understanding him correctly, he's saying that private equity went in, bought these companies, then sold the buildings that the nursing homes were in to, I'm assuming, like a real estate trust or something like that, like a real estate management group, and then I guess the real estate management group upped their rent by $40,000. I think that's what he's saying, which is insane. I mean, I assume it's over a year, but still, that is fucking crazy. Oh my God, what a disaster. It shouldn't exist.
Carry out policies, not just loading it up with debt, but also carrying out policies that physically dynamite or destroy corporations or businesses that before they arrive, you have the story of Samsonite. We'll talk about the steel mill you write about, but that were healthy.
Absolutely. So the nursing home company that you were talking about, Manor Care, it was very well run. The reason that the acquisition was made, and this was Carlyle Group, which is one of the top private equity firms.
And let me just interrupt, because as you point out in the book, they, like James Baker, they pull in heavyweight political figures once they're out of office to run these groups.
Carlyle, unlike the other firms, which are located in New York and are the Wall Street type of folks, Carlyle is a much more, it's based in Washington, and it's much more politically astute. And as you say, there's a revolving door with government officials, very high-powered government officials. Anyway, they bought Manor Care. It was a very well-established, well-run national nursing home company. They immediately sold the land under the nursing homes and made the nursing homes pay rent. They took out the equivalent of what they had put into the company.
This is when mismanagement becomes management, right? Because in no logical world would anybody accept that this is an example of running a nursing home company well, by jacking up your costs just to profit from it. It's got nothing to do with taking care of old people.
Received that when they sold the land. So they were free and clear. Everything after that became gravy for them. So they really weren't concerned about, the profits. They were already in the money, as they say. But the company, the nursing homes, suddenly had to pay exorbitant rents, and that meant that something else had to give. And ultimately, what ended up happening was an enormous Medicare fraud that was designed to really overcharge Medicare for services to these residents. And the stories are absolutely gut-wrenching. There were some whistleblowers who came forward talking about what they were seeing, and the DOJ took the case, but then blew the case. But some of the tales that these whistleblowers told about forcing aged, frail, ill residents to go through, incredible rehabilitation that they didn't need in order to bill Medicare for these processes.
Wow. So they're also ripping off the government too. Just going to reverse that just a little bit, just so I can hear that again, to make sure I understood that correctly. That sounded fucking egregious.
Frail, ill residents to go through, incredible rehabilitation that they didn't need in order to bill Medicare for these processes.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Doing unnecessary and what sounds like, to me, the way she's describing it, maybe uncomfortable and painful processes that are not necessary for the purpose of bilking Medicare out of money is fucking egregious. That's so gross.
It was just shocking.
Well, you see that you write about the ER, that what do they call surprise bills? I can't remember the term.
Yes.
And
you
I'll
use.
bet money. I feel like I would bet, I would probably win this bet that the individuals who run the Carlyle Group are the sort of people who would say phrases like, what's it called? Welfare queen, stuff like that. Oh, all these poor people living off the system. Meanwhile, multi-billion-dollar corporations like the Carlyle Group are doing it themselves, but to a scale that nobody could do just on their own, and it is fucking disgusting and hypocritical. I'm sorry.
People don't need. It's all about money, and then of course the care is substandard because the staffing is cut.
That's right. That's right. So ultimately, Manor Care was driven into bankruptcy by the people that bought it, but they didn't lose because they had done this transaction to buy the land underneath all of the nursing homes.
You call these private equity firms, these are your words, money spinning machines. Before we go into specifics, talk about, because the amounts are staggering. Maybe we can talk about the charming, is it Leon Black? These people are bringing in personally, these figures, billions upon billions of dollars. Talk about the amount of money they're generating.
The net worths of the people running these companies are in the tens of billions. In the COVID years, I think Steve Schwarzman's
net worths of tens of billions. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, God. Billionaires shouldn't exist.
He is the head of Blackstone. I think his net worth doubled during COVID. I think it went up to something like 35 billion or something. Anyway, these companies extract enormous fees for their operation. They extract fees from the pension funds that invest with them.
Well, I just want to interrupt you because the deal is they get the pension funds to invest because supposedly the pension funds will make a profit.
Right.
But then, as you read in the book, they force the pension funds to pay them management fees.
Right.
And you have cases in the book where they're not even doing anything.
Right.
But I think, if I remember, they're pulling like 10%. I mean, a lot of money. And these pension funds, in the end, don't actually make a profit.
Many times they don't. Sometimes they do. So the rule of thumb is called 2 and 20. So they'll get 2% of the assets under management as a management fee every year, and then 20% of the gains that they make. And so this has translated really into a billionaire-making machine for these guys that run these firms. And yes, it's
Fuck. I'm muted. Blah. That's my bad. What was I saying? I just lost my train of thought. I was going in deep just now. I'll just try and wrap up what I was saying. Basically, what I was trying to point out is that these companies like Carlyle will take pension funds of, say, like healthcare workers, steel workers, teachers, because pension funds still have managers, and those managers like go out into the quote-unquote marketplace and try and find investment vehicles for pension funds to invest in, right? And it used to be that pension funds would invest in very stable sort of investments and shy away from getting into hedge funds and other things like that. But these private equity companies like Carlyle, they're just one of a number of examples. But they all take profits on top of a management fee. So if you give Carlyle, like $1 billion of like teacher pension money, right? Then they're gonna take, what is it, $20 million? Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to do the math but I can't. in my head right now. Oh, I was right. $20 million. Yeah, so every single year, regardless of profitability or anything else like that, they're going to take $20 fucking million off of that $1 billion that you've given them of teachers' pensions or whatever else it might be. And granted, pension funds are going kind of the way of the dinosaur because it seems like every single job is trying to erode benefits for workers. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to shut up and go back to listening to these smart people.
Really staggering when you pull back the curtain on some of their practices. One of them that's really, really outrageous is when they buy a company, they will often install people on the board of the company to, watch over it, to make sure that they're going in the right direction, for them anyway, not for the company necessarily. And they will charge them fees over a period of time for their management expertise. Okay. These fees are generally contracted on a 10-year life, but many of these deals, they end up selling between 5 and 7 years. That's the goal, as you pointed out, the short-term nature of this. And so, but the company has to pay for the full 10 years of the fees that the private equity firm is charging them. And that's money for doing nothing. That's just one of the tricks of the trade that they do to generate billions of dollars for themselves while they're really, really impoverishing so many other people.
You write that they operate in secrecy with hidden ties to companies they control. The wreckage they leave behind is often difficult to track back to its origins. And I just want to raise another point that you do in the book. And I thought it was important that many Americans who are being assaulted this way, they know something's wrong, but they don't quite know what is wrong. And I think it's tied to this almost invisible hand. But explain that, and then I want you to talk about their political clout because it's significant. They get the tax breaks. They corrupt the system enough to essentially grease the skids for them to continue to operate.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why am I muted again? I just told the whole story just now. A whole fucking story. I don't even know if I want to tell this story anymore. Oh, that upset me. That was very upsetting. I'm gonna tell that story some other day now. That is, that made me sad. Oh, why?
So the secrecy is important. one of the reasons that we wanted to write this book is to let people know how pervasive this business model is.
Well, you write at one point.
All right, fuck it. I'll tell you the story, okay? Because she makes a great point. Things really are fucking pervasive, okay? I know a guy, not a friend, but I know him. And he helped to create the CFPB, also known as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is intended to help protect consumers from the shady practices of companies. This guy, after working at and helping to create the CFPB, left to go into the private sector and started working for, you know, debt collection companies and all sorts of other sorts of kind of shady-ish companies that wanted to subvert the laws in the CFPB, and utilized his knowledge as somebody who helped to create the laws to essentially avoid them and do what they can to keep business as usual. And it's fucking gross. And it's the sort of thing that happens every single day. And there is essentially like a whole cohort, a whole group of people, self-interested, sort of sick, psychopathic kind of people that go into government and then leave it to essentially take advantage of people and fill their pockets as much as they possibly can, disregarding any sort of actual ideology aside from a serious love of capitalism, and really just the parts of capitalism that help them specifically.
All of us, although we don't know it, are engaging with private equity
Yes.
firms. But so talk about how extensive it is, and then talk about that secrecy too.
I mean, I write in the book, you know, the coffee and donut that you pick up on the way to work, the child care entity where you drop your son or daughter off, the nursing home where your mother or father lives. I mean, it is cradle to grave. Literally, you're impacted by private equity. But you don't know it because these are just companies that they're buying and selling, but you don't know who the real owner is.
And like, I gotta stop because I think people are responding to what I'm talking about. The thing is like, I knew people who like thought this guy was a genius and blah blah blah, and like how he's making so much money. And like, I went on like a couple of, like, not dates because I'm not like whatever. It doesn't matter. But the point is that like I went out and had drinks with this guy one time, and just because I wanted to hear exactly like from his perspective, like why he was doing what he was doing, right? Like, because it fucking mystified me how he could whenever I talked to him about it, it always felt like he was somehow just completely disregarding it. Like there was some sort of a schism in his mind between the concept of you know, ethics and money, right? They basically equaled the same thing, right? And it was ridiculous. Not light lunches, literally like a single fucking drink. The guy, I'm not gonna go into it. He needed something, I had a thing that he needed, and you know, since it's complicated. Yes, a cognitive dissonance is a great way to describe what I've just tried to put to words.
Is behind the scenes, and they like it that way. They want to keep it that way because they operate best.
Exactly, though, Brandy. That's the world we live in, right? Where if you're financially successful, you're smart, right? It's gotten, you know, it has gotten completely out of hand.
In secrecy, they're private companies. They don't have to make filings to the Securities and Exchange Commission. And so a lot of the business and a lot of their practices are hidden from view. And that is by design. One of the things that I think could improve our perception or educate people about how pervasive private equity has become is to force these firms to identify themselves as the owners. So it should be the Carlisle nursing home or the Blackstone you know, donut shop or whatever, just so you are aware of who you're dealing with and whose, pocket you're putting your money into. Now, the secrecy is one thing. The political clout is, as you say, immense.
Oh, absolutely. He's one of those greed is good people. He lived in D.C., right? And then went around, effectively living 2/3 of the year in different cities in like 4 or 5-star hotels and stuff like that, just telling businesses how to avoid following the law legally. And it's a fucking it's it's like a twister in my mind. That shouldn't be a job. Like being a lobbyist that goes around telling people how to avoid the law, it should be illegal to do that.
Because they have so much money. I mean, their tax treatment is an outrage, and many presidents have tried to change it, but have not been able to do so.
Explain what the tax break.
So their fortunes are enhanced by the fact that they pay a fraction of what you and I pay on our incomes every year, because it's called carried interest. It's not considered ordinary income. The ordinary income tax rate is up to 35%. What these people pay is around 21% on the income that they receive from their operations. And that's something that's been in the books for decades, but it really has created a skewed system where...
Absolutely. And I haven't watched this whole podcast, but I knew it would be super interesting and informative, considering Chris Hedges is one of those guys that does real reporting out there. Excuse me. But the while it's a 21% maximum rate, the effective tax rate for corporations is much lower, because they're using every single possible financial vehicle to avoid having to pay taxes, right? Whether it be doing things like, wait, what's that? Sorry. My computer just did something super weird. I lost my train of thought too. What was I talking about? Oh my god. That's my brain right now. Dial-up connection to the fax. What was I saying? Oh god, I don't even know what I was saying. I was just gonna watch this.
They make fortunes, billions of dollars. The government loses because they're not generating, the tax revenues that they should on those billions. And it's nuts. Now, the last time someone tried to change this, Kirsten Sinema was a holdout.
Because it was good for the people of Arizona.
Right, lawmaker from Arizona. She, I think, received $1.5 million from the private equity.
I think they're referring to Are they referring to Kristen Sinema right now? Kristen, whatever her fucking name
is. To stand up. And
no,
say
I think
no.
this happened before. Wait, hold on. I gotta go back. I got distracted by that fucking shit.
A holdout.
Because it was good for the people of Arizona.
it's
right,
Kristen
lawmaker
Cuevas
from Arizona. She, I think, received $1.5 million from the private equity world to, stand up and say no. And she scotched it. So getting them to pay their fair share of taxes would be a good thing. It would help the government. It would generate more income. And it would, take away this really unfair aspect of their business.
You write, routinely lionized in the financial press for their deal-making and lauded for their charitable giving, these unbridled capitalists have mounted expensive lobbying campaigns to ensure continued enrichment from favorable tax laws. Hefty donations have won them positions of power on museum boards and think tanks. They've published books on leadership extolling, quote, the importance of humility and humanity at the top while eviscerating those at the bottom. Their companies arrange for them to avoid paying taxes on the billions in gains that their stock holdings generated. And of course, they rarely mention The companies they own are among the largest beneficiaries of government investments in highways, railroads, and primary education, reaping massive perks from subsidies and tax policies that allow them to pay substantially lower rates on their earnings. These men are America's modern age robber barons, but unlike many of their predecessors in the 19th century who amassed stupefying riches by extracting a young nation's natural resources, today's barons mine their wealth from the poor
Yep.
and middle class through complex financial dealings.
100%. That's absolutely what's been happening, right? Especially as natural resources become increasingly expensive and difficult to extract, and as people begin to, protest these sorts of things. It's now, this late stage capitalist situation that we're in, this where they're doing everything they can to extract it from you through your, through your devices, whatever they can possibly do. If they can rob your pension fund, they're gonna do it. If they can gut out your infrastructure in your town and privatize it, they're gonna get right on that. And it's about time we fucking do something about it. Ooh, a lot of table flipping emojis going on in here. Hopefully that's not in relation to anything I'm personally saying.
People not just control politicians, but they serve in government. You have several examples of that. So explain a little bit about how they dominate the political system.
Well, Jay Powell, our head of the Federal Reserve Board, he was a Carlyle executive. They're really everywhere. Again, it's this pervasiveness. But even if they're not on the job, say, in the government, they are behind the scenes, absolutely manipulating outcomes. So
Exactly. Like we were just talking about this sort of example, and we're not going to watch this whole discussion. It's pretty long. It's over 45 minutes, and I have other things that we got to look at here. And we are, how far are we in already? Already 2 hours in. So yeah, I do have to move on. But if you want to watch this, go check out the Real News Network with Chris Hedges. He's an old school journalist, I would say. What's next on my list? Oh, but like I was saying, about that story, a personal anecdote, but there's so many examples of people going from government into the private sector and using their knowledge of the government to undermine the people. And it's, if it's not the actual government doing it, with centrists trying to give more and more power to corporations and privatizing things, like in our in our country, it's the other. So just figured we ought to be looking at these kinds of things. The table flips are a reference to Jesus being violent against the money handed out in the marketplace. The money handlers in the marketplace. Interesting. I was not aware of that. To me, it's just a table flip. That's what I think of it as. Not everything has to be a referential meta type situation. Although it does feel like that's what life has become sometimes. Okay. This is from 22 hours ago. You may have heard of this, but if you haven't, Haitian Prime Minister has tendered his resignation as the country descends into chaos. This is an Al Jazeera video. Actually, maybe we'll do it this way. No, we're going to go in order. Fuck it. Yeah, so we're going to watch this Al Jazeera video first.
The Prime Minister of Haiti,
Morbius Dragon, welcome
has
back.
resigned. That's according to the President of Guyana, Irfan Ali, who is the chairman of the Caribbean Regional Group. Henry has been in Puerto Rico since last week after gang leaders controlling the capital warned him against returning to Port-au-Prince. Leaders of the Caribbean bloc CARICOM have been meeting in Jamaica's capital to discuss a political transition and the security crisis in Haiti.
We are pleased to announce the commitment to a transitional governance arrangement which paves the way for a peaceful transition of power, continuity of governance, an action plan for near-term security, and the road to free and fair elections. It further seeks to assure that Haiti will be governed by the rule of law. This commitment reflects hard compromises among a diverse coalition of actors who have put their country above all differences. To that end, we acknowledge the resignation of Prime Minister Ariel Henry upon the establishment of a transitional presidential council and the naming of an interim prime minister.
Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Teresa Bona, who is in Santo Domingo in neighboring Dominican Republic. Teresa, this resignation doesn't really come as a surprise because Ariel Henry had been under a great deal of pressure to step down.
Well, that's correct. It's been days of tension, of violence on the streets of Port-au-Prince and different cities all across of Haiti. And as you just said, this does not come as a surprise. Prime Minister Ariel Henry had traveled to Kenya to sign an agreement for a multinational support team that would help the Haitian police fight against the growing influence of the gangs. However, he was not allowed to return. And since then, we've been hearing the gangs on the streets of Haiti.
Well, I would push back on the way she's framed that. And we're not going to watch this whole report. We're just going to watch a few of these different reports from different news organizations until we get to it. Well, I'm going to add you up to it. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's going to be this thing. You can probably almost guess what it's going to be. But I would push back on that slightly. He was allowed. He could have come back. He could have easily come back, but he probably would have been killed. Just saying, just trying to keep it real, since Al Jazeera seems to be kind of trying to skew it one way or the other. He was not stopped from coming back. He was in fear for his life and chose to not go back to the country that he, runs or was supposed to run up until now, which seems to be over. This next one, I think, has actual footage from his resignation, so we're going to move over to this BBC clip about the same thing.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Prime Minister of Haiti, Ariel Henry, has agreed to resign and make way for a transitional authority as his country wrestles with growing anarchy. He's been stuck in Puerto Rico, unable to return. U.S. officials say he's welcome to remain on U.S. soil if he wishes. Mr. Henry has held the unelected role since the assassination in 2021 of the country's last president. Armed groups have been calling for Mr. Henry to step down, leading to widespread violence. News of his resignation came during a high-level meeting of the Caribbean community in Jamaica.
We are pleased to announce the commitment to a transitional governance arrangement.
We already watched this. Where is the speech? Oh, we'll listen to Blinken. What do you got, Blinken? It's going to be great, I'm sure.
A multi-million-dollar aid package for Haiti.
What we've seen in recent days, again, should remind us that the already challenging and difficult security situation is now deteriorated even further and makes the multinational support mission even more important than ever.
I would point out that the multinational support mission that he's talking about, in my opinion, what I would guess that he's referring to, is the situation where Ariel Henry went to Kenya to try and get, I think it was either military, something like that, like Kenyan military or Kenyan police to come and help bring back, law and order to the country. But one thing that nobody wants to mention over and over again, it seems, in like any of these, Haiti is ranked 133rd, I think, on the list of democratic countries. It ranks as a mild autocracy, and it needs a lot of changes that the U.S. essentially caused, right? The problems that need change, the U.S. kind of caused back in 2004 when they backed a coup against a democratically elected president.
The United Nations Security Council has reaffirmed that and reaffirmed a collective commitment to deploy it as quickly as possible. Given this increasingly urgent need, I'm announcing today that the United States Department of Defense is doubling its approved support for the mission from $100 million to $200 million.
Let's be real, Morbius. Nobody likes Blinken. Not even his own mother.
And that brings the total U.S. support to $300 million for this effort. I'm also announcing additional humanitarian assistance for the people of Haiti, $33 million to further support their health and food security. Now, all of us know that only the Haitian people can, only the Haitian people should determine their own future.
Antony Blinken there. Well, a short while ago I spoke to Dr. Christopher Sabatini, Senior Fellow for Latin America at the International Affairs think tank Chatham House.
It'll be difficult, Tanya. Right now you're looking
Did
at
they
gangs
debate
that
me?
control almost all of Port-au-Prince. They control most of the major routes outside Port-au-Prince, which will make delivering humanitarian assistance almost impossible. Already, about 60% of the humanitarian assistance that had been delivered to Haitians in the interior of the country was controlled by the gangs, was delivered by the gangs, seized and then delivered. And in this case, too, you've got a unified group of gangs that are threatening to topple the government. They've attacked the airport. They prevented Henri from landing. They had attacked police stations.
Okay. We're going to keep moving through all these videos here. I think we got the gist on how BBC is covering this. Let's see how CNN is covering. This is from the same time. I think they all have these news organizations are really good at this, but they all have thumbnails of the Prime Minister, and it seems like everybody up till now has not actually had footage of the Prime Minister. So I'm a little frustrated again with the way they're debating me. But I guess that's their new thing, you know? If you're a journalist, you're a debater. I hate that. No, we're not sticking with that plan.
Haiti's prime minister has resigned as the violence in his country just gets worse. Officials of CARICOM, a regional bloc, say Ariel Henry submitted his resignation Monday night. This comes
Ariel Henry. Wow, that's some great
The
pronunciation.
regional leaders met earlier on Monday in Jamaica to discuss a framework for a peaceful political transition.
Oh my God, I've been
Country has
debated.
been
I've been
plunged-
debated again. Bunch of pictures of him, none of him actually talking.
Antony Blinken's announcement came after a high-level emergency meeting.
What a bunch of
convened with
assholes.
some time, and I understand that they've now asked for a postponement, but what we understand is that it's leading toward a 7-member president.
I'm offended by all of the debating that's happening right now. I get no respect. No respect from CNN. All right, well, I guess we're going to do this then. This next video is from Democracy Now! It is entitled Haiti Needs Peace. Prime Minister Ariel Henry announces he will resign Transitional Council to take charge. This is from 13 hours ago, so this is from around, what was that, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time.
We're beginning today's show with Haiti, where the unelected Prime Minister Ariel Henry has announced he'll resign once a transitional council is established. He made the announcement after Caribbean leaders, U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken, and others held an emergency meeting in Jamaica to discuss the crisis in Haiti, where armed groups launched an uprising last week against Henry. He announced his resignation in a video message posted online.
After the Council of Ministers, it's been agreed to set up a presidential transitional council. Once chosen, the council will govern over different sectors of national life. Haiti wants peace. Haiti needs stability. Haiti needs sustainable development. Haiti needs to rebuild democratic institutions. I'm asking all Haitians to remain calm and do everything they can for peace and stability to come back as fast as possible for the good of the country.
The Miami Herald is reporting CARICOM has proposed a plan to set up a 7-member presidential panel that would appoint a new interim prime minister who would rule until elections are held. Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley said the panel would only include Haitians who support the deployment of a UN-backed security force. Last week, Prime Minister Ariel Henry traveled to Kenya, which is slated to lead the security mission. He's been unable to return home.
Oh God. Oh God. Latino Mafune has got me in his sights over here. That is too accurate. That is too accurate. It's so accurate you might actually have to turn it into a real thing. I think. That's hilarious. The Galactic News Network drinking game. Every time a Democracy Now! Clip is played, we take a shot.
And was reportedly most recently in Puerto Rico. On Monday, one of the leaders of the recent armed uprising in Haiti, Jimmy Cherizier, who's known as Barbecue, warned against outside forces picking Haiti's next leader.
We take this opportunity to say to the international community that if it continues down this path, it will plunge Haiti into chaos when it chooses a small group of politicians and negotiates with them on paper to decide who can be president and what kind of government we're going to have. Today it's clear that it's the inhabitants of the working class districts and the Haitian people who know what they're suffering at the moment, and it's up to them to choose the person who's going to lead them and the way he's going to lead them.
For more, we're joined by Jemima Pierre, professor at the Social Justice Institute, University of British Columbia in Canada, and research associate at the University of Johannesburg. She's a Haitian-American scholar and co-coordinator of the Black Alliance for Peace's Haiti Americas team, which has been closely following the crisis in Haiti. She has a recent piece in Knock.
We've been hearing a lot from her.
Headlined Haiti as Empire's Laboratory. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Events and developments are proceeding quickly, Professor Pierre. Can you
look, drunk in 20 minutes is an exaggeration and hyperbolic sort of what's the word? Discourse. That's not the word I'm looking for, but it's the closest I'm going to get right now. Point is, this is the first Democracy Now! Clip we're watching all stream. Okay, I've been doing real good. I avoided Democracy Now! Clips for 2 hours and 10-ish minutes. Just gonna point that out. You know, I don't always watch 16 Democracy Now! Clips per stream, but it's not the worst bet. Like, if you could bet on the stream, like, yeah, you probably want to take the over most days.
Respond to Ariel Henry's announcement, we believe from Puerto Rico, that he will be stepping down and what exactly that means.
Good morning, Amy. Thanks for having me back again. I wanted to... It is interesting what many people are saying is that how could a prime minister that was not chosen by the people or any elected official resign when he didn't have a mandate to
begin
with? And so what I see and what many see is this charade apparently happening in the sense that they're trying to put a veneer of legality on this situation, basically saying that Henry has to resign in order to have a presidential council, in order to move on with so-called free and fair elections. And so, to me, the people making decisions continue to make the decisions, and the resignation is only a veneer of legality for those making the decisions. And that itself is a problem that is not going to be solved.
And Professor Pierre, all the coverage that we're getting here in the United States is of chaos created by gangs in the street. You have a different perspective and view of these so-called gangs, and you actually object to that use of that term. Could you talk?
Yeah, I too object, and I feel like I'm always trying to, but literally every single one of these pieces frames it in the exact same fucking way.
About why and the role of the gangs in forcing Henry out?
Well, like I said yesterday, the problem that people focus on and what makes the media, what makes the mainstream news in the U.S. is just pictures of extreme violence by these groups. I don't like the term gangs because I don't think these are gangs. It's an extremely terrible and racialized term used, especially when it comes to people from Haitian nations like Haiti. And I think these are armed groups. Some are paramilitaries, and some of are just armed groups that have access to guns. And in that sense, we have to be clear that this is not a bunch of people running around in terms of thinking about movies from the 1990s in the U.S. about.
Right. This guy right here, who everybody's calling Barbecue, is a former, I believe he's both a former, like, was in the military and he was a police officer, right? So, I mean, does he have a group of people fighting against oppression? Yes, correct. Can you call a group of people a gang? Technically, yeah, but it does seem racist, and she makes a great point.
Gangs. And so that's the first. The second thing is that the so-called gang violence is actually not the main problem in Haiti. The main problem in Haiti is the constant interference of the international community. And the international community here is very explicitly the US, France, and Canada. What's fascinating about yesterday's negotiations with CARICOM is the fact that the key negotiators, so-called foreign negotiators outside of the CARICOM countries, were U.S., France, Canada, and Mexico. What's fascinating, and that's problematic in itself because it was U.S., France, and Canada that were behind the coup d'état that removed our elected president, that led us to this the precipice that we're in right now. And so, how is it that France, of all places, why is it all the way in the Caribbean negotiating on behalf of Haiti? The other part is these negotiations.
Colonialism. That's the answer.
The foreign governments met first in a secret meeting that did not include Haitian participants.
And yes, I know that she was asking a rhetorical question. She too would have answered colonialism, but I felt like answering her question. I liked it. I liked that question. It felt like it deserved an answer.
The foreign governments met first in a secret meeting that did not include Haitian participants, and then later on let in the Haitian participants. And then the foreign governments laid out rules of engagement, which means that you cannot be part of the discussion if you don't agree, first of all, to this foreign military intervention that the U.S. is planning for Haiti.
Yep.
And so that tells us, what does that tell us? That the U.S. makes the decisions that this is the status quo, and that the same things that happen now will flare up again later.
Real quick, just because I want to. This is what's happening inside of Anthony Blinken's mind during this photo right here.
Aren't I a good guy?
Tells us, what does that tell us? That the U.S. makes the decisions
that
this is the
I
status quo, and that the same things that happen now will flare up again later.
And what interest does the U.S. have in Haiti and Canada as well?
Right. People always ask, why is it that the U.S. has so much interest in Haiti? And we have to ask that from the very beginning, because the U.S. has been trying to control Haiti for a very long time, since the late 1800s, when it wanted the Mont Saint Nicolas Island inlet, the top part of the island, because the Haiti's on the Windward Passage, which is a direct route through there to the Panama Canal for the U.S. to reach Asia. The U.S. needs to have a very strong force there in order to stave off, Cuba, Venezuela.
So I think what she's saying is that it's capitalism that they're trying to protect, not Haitian people or democracy.
And so on. The U.S. needs Haiti for its corporations and cheap labor, because Haiti has 12 million people in its population, the largest country in CARICOM, and Haiti has been destabilized by the U.S. over and over again. And this mission, I wanted to also say, this mission that people are calling a UN mission is a problem, because it is not a UN mission. It's a UN sanctioned mission. But if people read the print of the resolution that allows for this deployment, and it's a Chapter 7 deployment, which means that these forces can use extreme force by land, air, and sea. If they read the agreement, it says that it's not officially a UN mission. It's a mission led by volunteer states. That means that they have to pay for it, which is why Blinken, and the U.S. said that the Department of Defense is adding more money, and that's why Blinken is paying for the Kenyans $200 million, now it's $300 million to come in and do this. And so this not being an official UN mission means that it's actually more.
Is it just me, or does it feel a little racist that they go to Kenya for help? Like, we need who's our best friend that happens to have a lot of brown people? Like, that's what it feels like to me. That's how. Oh, look at all the Raptors in chat. Oh, good to see you. Soul Life, BCat, Lefty, FG. Welcome back.
Because in terms, when we think about human rights, at least we had the veneer.
Whoa, what are you doing? Holy shit.
The U.S. said that the Department of Defense is adding more money, and that's why Blinken is paying for the Kenyans $200 million, now it's $300 million to come in and do this. And so this not being an official UN mission means that it's actually more precarious for Haitian people, because in terms, when we think about human rights, at least we had the veneer of protection under a UN occupation when we had MINUSTA, the UN occupation, occupy Haiti from 2004 to 2017. And everyone remembers what this occupation meant for Haitians. It meant cholera that killed 10 to 30 million and sickened, 10 to 30,000 and sickened 1 million. That brought lots of extrajudicial killings and murders and sexual exploitation of young girls and women in Haiti. And so for us, what occupation means is this. And so now, and these were the people who were under UN rules of engagement. This mission to Haiti is not under UN rules of engagement. And for people to say, for those running these negotiations to say that the first requirement to be able to participate in this conversation is to allow this foreign force of Kenyans who don't speak English, who are known for their human rights abuses, to me, that's a very big problem. And I have to say just one thing quickly. This reminds me of something that Dantes Bellegarde, who was a Haitian diplomat in the early 1900s while Haiti was also under occupation, where he said, God is too far and the United States is too close. And I think that this is what a lot of people are feeling right now in Haiti.
And finally,
they're probably picking from nations who don't have a history of preying on Haiti. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Kenya's done a whole lot of, I'm trying to think historically, but yeah, I think that checks out.
is this going to allow Henri to come back into the country now that he said he is planning to step down? And what about the implications that Henri was involved with the assassination of Moise, having spoke repeatedly on the phone to Badio, who is the man in the room with Moise and the Colombian assassins who identified this is the president for them to kill and had been to Henri's house multiple times. So was he implicated, and do you think he will come back to Haiti?
Well, I think I'm not sure Henri will come back to Haiti because, you know, he's become persona non grata, even though I think he's not the main problem. The main problem is the so-called international community running Haiti. Henri is implicated in the assassination, which is why we also have to ask why the U.S. supported Henri all these 30 months, despite the fact that they knew that he was implicated in the assassination. What Henri has to be concerned about is the U.S. sanctioning him and also later on charging him in this assassination. And so, you know, I'm not sure this solves a problem that's been going on in Haiti. People said, you know, journalists are reporting that the streets were calmer yesterday, but I'm not sure that people are going to take this, because what it does, it just demonstrates that Haiti is continuously under this occupation of these foreigners. And I have to say, one of the other conditions that Mia Motley, working on behalf of the U.S., said was, in addition to for you to be at the negotiating table, you have to accept the multinational corporation, but you also have to accept that when there is an election board set up for the transition, that those negotiating cannot disagree with the results of the election board. And so they set the parameters for them to choose the next leader of Haiti.
Yeah.
And that to me means that this problem will continue, and there's going to be more flare-ups in the next few months, in the next few years, if we don't catch this by its root, if we don't stop this problem by its root, which is
seriously. And this is the thing that I think right now, thankfully, has some amount of momentum. general outrage against colonial forces, against oppression, and against occupation. And hopefully, I'm doing some tiny part of at least looking at this. But there are plenty of places, including Palestine, of course, that being the main focus at this time. But there are plenty of other places that we need to focus on throughout this crisis, so that they're not forgotten. Because I do feel a lot of times like powers that be use the most I guess sinister sort of tactics when it comes to crises. They hope that one crisis will take the forefront, and then they can kind of push the rest of it under the rug. But I do hope that we can hold everybody to account. And since the U.S. is so deeply involved in things like this all the time, it does seem like it's kind of on us to keep track of some of this shit. Okay. What was I doing? Next. Oh, this is from more recently. That was from about 12 hours ago. We're going to move past one of these to a video from 7 hours ago where apparently he actually agreed to resign. I think this is actual footage from it. This is the AP.
Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry has agreed to resign as gangs battle for control of the Caribbean country. His announcement came after a meeting of regional leaders, including the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. Now, it's no secret that Haiti has been spiraling into a crisis. Henry had been in Kenya, trying to secure a multinational force, but he was unable to return to Haiti after gangs attacked the country's main airport. He flew to Puerto Rico last week, but was barred from entering the Dominican Republic. Regional leaders met at CARICOM on Monday, and it was clear that Henry had lost the confidence of the international community, who wanted a transition to a different government. Now, politicians in Haiti are already lining up for succession, and gang leaders are looking to fill a power void. That includes Jimmy Cherizier, also known as Barbecue. After CARICOM, he held an impromptu press conference in which he rejected international intervention and said that it was for Haitians to decide the future for themselves.
Kenya's government...
And honestly, that was a very seemingly reasonable take from AP. You know, half the time they're getting it right, half the time they're debating me. You know? Like, that's kind of their thing. Them and Reuters. This is Reuters. Speaking of Reuters, the video is entitled "Kenya Pauses Haiti Mission Following Doubts." So they were all preparing to come to Haiti to deal with the situation on the ground, and now it has been paused. Let's see why.
Did an about-face on Tuesday, announcing it was pausing a long-delayed deployment of Kenyan police officers to tackle spiraling violence in Haiti. Only 11 days ago, Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry and Kenyan President William Ruto signed an agreement that Ruto said would fast-track the deployment of the officers to the Caribbean nation. The jarring turn of events leaves the future of the UN-backed multinational mission for Haiti in serious doubt. Kenya's government first pledged 1,000 officers to lead the security mission last July, but the initiative had been tied up in court challenges ever since. On March 1st, Henry signed an agreement with Kenya's government. The agreement was intended to address concerns raised by a Kenyan judge who had deemed an existing plan unlawful. But Henry was then unable to return to Haiti because of escalating violence. He has now announced that he would be resigning as soon as a transitional council and temporary leader are chosen. But it was not clear when that might happen with a tenuous security situation in the capital, Port-au-Prince. A senior Kenyan diplomatic official told Reuters on Tuesday that the deployment was on pause pending a clear indication that a new interim government was in place. U.S. officials said on Tuesday that members of the Transition Council should be appointed within 48 hours, following talk.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Okay, I think we got it. Thank you, Reuters. Well, this last video, I believe, Actually, no, that was it. That was from 4 hours ago. That's the most recent video on the Haiti situation. There you go, chat. You're all caught up on Haiti. Feel good about it. Now, prepare yourself for this next video. This is just south of the United States border. Al Jazeera English video entitled, "Why is Mexico City running out of water?" Pause. There we go.
Today, a city once filled with lakes and rivers is now in danger of drying up.
Mexico's. Oh god, this is super loud on my end. Hold on, chat. I gotta fix this. This video is crazy loud. Take it here. Maybe put it up on the stream software, like 10%. Okay, let's see how that goes.
City, one of the world's most populous cities, could be just months away from running out of water.
Some residents are struggling to bathe and flush their toilets. I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
Lefty, bad lefties made it back. Well done, well done. Round of applause. I need a sound clip for applause. Actually, I think I have one. Wait, where is it? Hold on. I've said it like 16 times during stream, but I'm fairly confident I have a fucking file of applause somewhere, and I should just find it and put it on the soundboard. Oh, there it is. Play. No? Guess I'll put it here? Yeah, that seems good. There we go. Well done.
It's spring break season in Mexico, a time when tourists pour into hotels and Airbnbs around the country to spend vacation among Mexico's beautiful scenery.
It was great. It was so fun. We got home last night around like 1, I think, or 1:30. I think it was like 1. And Ryan had the great idea to take a shower.
I had to because someone spilled a drink in my hair and on my feet.
But in Mexico City, a tourist destination of its own, residents are dealing with the drought of natural and man-made causes.
Several factors are affecting the water supply, including poor infrastructure and years of abnormally low rainfall.
It's been brought on by a combination of geography, mushrooming growth, and leaky infrastructure, all compounded by the effects of climate change.
So what's being done to prevent it from getting worse? I talked to a reporter who's been looking into it.
My name is Alejandra Cuellar. I am an environmental journalist. I work for Diálogo Chino. We are an international environmental outlet, and I've been living in Mexico City for 6 years now.
So then you are well aware, not only because you've been reporting on this, but because you are living there, that Mexico City is now facing a potential day zero.
The 21 million inhabitants of the metropolitan area are suffering a 25% drop in supply due to insufficient rainfall last year.
It's a term that's been used by local media outlets and even the former head of the Mexico National Water Commission. So when it comes to water, what does day zero mean?
So day zero is an interesting concept. Basically what it means is a time at which water does not run in homes anymore. You go to take a shower or you go to your bathroom, you open the tap and there's no water.
Speaking of going to the bathroom, I gotta go. I'll be right back, chat.
So water has to be rationed and water has to be provided. And in some ways, that's what's already happening in many, many homes across the city. But yeah, so it would be kind of like a total lack of water, of running water. That's what it means.
What's interesting is that you said some residents of Mexico City are already dealing
situations. I've always said that this is a class issue. So people who live in lower income neighborhoods and so there's Mexico City and Mexico State, the surrounding states. People have been experiencing water shortages for years. People have been living without running water for 5 years, some people. So there's people who really have to take many hours of their days to acquire water. So there's different stations that provide water, trucks that bring water through, but they're not consistent.
Residents gather with their buckets, waiting for the water truck. Neighbors have started to fight over water in this Mexico neighborhood. Protests have even emerged.
So it's kind of a really anxiety providing situation to not know if the truck is going to come today, because you have to do your dishes, you have to take a shower, you just can't stop life. And I think the thing that is starting to happen now is that this situation that used to be maybe more confined to lower income neighborhoods is starting to spread to just more neighborhoods. But it really has been happening for, I would say, even maybe more than 5 years, but in the last 5 years, it has gradually become more serious.
And we're hearing reports that now even wealthier communities are now facing the effects of a water shortage. What has that looked like? Because you have friends that have had to deal with that, right?
Yeah, one lives in a neighborhood called Santa Maria Escapotzalco and Coyoacan. And yeah, they just basically one day you go to your tap water and there's no running water. So, it's having to figure out, well, how does this work now? What are the steps I have to take? Who do I have to call? How do I acquire water? For, in terms of drinking water, the drinking water in Mexico, you can't really drink it from the tap. That has always been the case. So, people are having to acquire drinking water outside. That is not too abnormal, but for washing dishes, for even the bathroom use, it's having to call,
Wait, did I mute myself before saying I went to the bathroom? Oh, sorry about that, chat. I am back. Just seemed like a good opportunity to go, and they kept talking about water and bathrooms, and it was making it very difficult for me not to.
to acquire water in a different way. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of a window into what other people are going through.
You've talked about this divide, but I'm wondering if you can talk about the roots of it and why there is this divide, because we know that there are indigenous communities in Mexico City, one in particular, the neighborhood of Xoco, that's been struggling with water supply because of a luxury building and shopping mall.
We have this big problem because in the town of Xoco, we have big buildings. One of them, you may have heard of it. It is the mythical tower, which is managed by the real estate investment company Fibra Uno. This tower consumes 5 million liters of water a day. So we are suffering from this liquid because of the issue with them.
And it's only recently that we begin hearing about this happening in wealthier neighborhoods, which perhaps cynically is why it's now making more headlines.
Yeah, no kidding.
Why is there this?
No, once the rich people start having problems, oh, that's news.
The thing that's interesting about water is that it's a system, and it really brings awareness about how cities are all connected. When the problem is happening with a system, it's systemic. And in order to understand, you have to understand how the water is supplied in Mexico City. So there are a variety of wells and aquifers, and water comes from these aquifers. And so there is one in particular called Cutzamala, and it supplies a large portion of the city, and that one is drying up. And this is due to climate change in part, but it's over exploitation, and it also has to do with the growth of the city itself and the way that the city has developed. It has over 22 million people.
Oh god, I forgot that Bad Lefty is still stuck in mini chat. What is it? 15 characters, 12 characters that you're you're held to? That is very unfortunate. Free Bad Lefty. Hashtag Free Bad Lefty.
If you count, the outer Mexico state, if you look at the way that the city developed in this kind of maybe chaotic way, then you start to understand the way that water works. So people would come in, throughout the years, maybe lower income people from the countryside, indigenous populations, and settle in the city. And so oftentimes when they didn't have the resources, they couldn't move into a really nice neighborhood. They couldn't acquire these services or move into a building that had all these services. So all the things that maybe some people take for granted, having running water, these services were not provided, were not available.
Yeah, this is a terrible situation. And yeah, some good points being made here in chat. One thing about all of this, as I think what's being referred to is desalination. And Latino here is making a good point in that the economics of it may not be so great right now, but that part of it is part of the problem, right? Is the necessity for everything that's done to make sense in a capitalist framing, right? It has to make money or else. It has to be this level of, productive revenue-wise for it to be useful. And that framing for me bothers me. And I think we all kind of think it intrinsically, partly because most of the people that are analyzing this stuff, at least on like news organizations, also frame it from the same perspective. So it's hard not to be incepted into thinking it. But economics can't be the determining factor in saving the planet. If that's the case, we will fail.
After the break, what's causing the water crisis? And what's being done to fight it?
Trying to remember where they start this other part of the conversation I wanted to see. I want to say here. Where is it? Here?
And maybe it just wasn't the...
Actually, I'm realizing we're almost 3 hours in. I should probably continue moving on because I have so much other stuff. But if you want to watch that whole podcast, you absolutely should. It is on Al Jazeera, and it's entitled, "Why is Mexico City Running Out of Water?" And they are definitely running out of water. They're also sinking. There's a bunch of stuff going on in Mexico City. Let's see here. Actually, how much really do I have? Oh, but this one, if we do watch that, fucking hell. Yeah, no, I gotta push forward. I really gotta do. We got like 10 minutes away through that. That wasn't bad out of 20 minutes. What are you passing out? Monop's passing out candy. Okay. I trust Monop. She's a mod. I'm sure that it's not nefarious in any way. I just realized that we've been stuck in place, not rotating around the Earth properly. Had to activate the boosters there. Okay. Now we're moving. Next video is on a couple of people we're all familiar with. The next two videos. First one's from BBC. This is entitled "Andrew Tate Faces Extradition to UK Over Rape and Human Trafficking Claims." Okay, BBC, tell me stuff.
A Bucharest court on Tuesday approved a request from Britain to extradite influencer Andrew Tate and his brother, but postponed doing so until Romanian trial proceedings finish. The court ruled the pair should be released from police custody immediately.
I've been asking Romanian courts to go to the UK myself. I've asked 5 times and been declined, so now I get to go home. That's fantastic news.
Andrew Tate, a self-described misogynist, built up a following of millions on social...
That picture, and if this wasn't Andrew Tate, I probably wouldn't make fun of him for this, but that picture really makes it look like he has actual, breasts.
Built up a following of millions on social media, promoting his own lavish and ultra-masculine lifestyle in posts which critics say denigrate women. Tate and his brother Tristan were arrested over allegations of sexual aggression dating back to 2012 to 15, according to Tate's spokesperson. Their arrest warrant was issued by Westminster Magistrates Court. In June last year, the 37-year-old influencer was indicted in Romania on a separate case along with his brother and 2 Romanian women. They denied a number of charges including human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. The case has since been with the Bucharest court's preliminary chamber, which needs to decide whether the trial can begin. However, a decision remains pending as the country's courts face a significant backlog.
Imagine being such a shitty person, you gotta create a whole organization to
controversial social media influencer
to treat a
Andrew
woman
Tate
to treat women like that, you know? Now we need a whole organization. I think it just somehow... Wait, what's just happening? Am I still on my watch list right now? Oh, right. I got slightly ahead. That was actually Reuters. This one's BBC. Somehow I didn't even notice. I had 2 of these in a row. Okay. Okay, Tate. Alright, Andrew Tate. What do you got for us, pal?
The BBC tonight that he has nothing to fear after a court in Romania ruled he and his brother Tristan can be extradited back to the UK. Now, they face several allegations, including rape and human trafficking, over a number of years. They categorically reject the claims. Well, Nick Beek is live in the Romanian capital, Bucharest, for us now. Nick, you caught up with Mr. Tate. What did he have to say?
Yeah, good evening, Clive. Of course, Andrew Tate, one of the most Googled people on the planet, and back in the spotlight once again today. Tonight, he and his brother are back at their home. They've been allowed to return here, and they're claiming that as a victory in itself. But still, Mr. Tate faces extremely...
FG makes a good point. Andrew Tate does drive a Bugatti, so it's, you know, maybe we should stop criticizing. Maybe we should be easy. Like, we're all being too hard on Andrew Tate, okay? You know, the guy is just trying to take advantage of women and not go to prison for it.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Serious allegations both here in Romania and also in the UK, with now the possibility, the prospect of extradition. As I caught up with him earlier tonight, he was defiant.
Back at his house in Bucharest after another day in custody, Andrew Tate and his brother praised the Romanian court for letting them come home, for now.
The UK now, as they've seen that we're going to be found innocent in Romania, have decided to try and weaponize Romanian courts to put us back in jail, and that has failed, and justice has come through tonight for us, which is fantastic.
But the Romanian judge did not find them innocent. Instead, she agreed to an extradition request from British police, who are investigating allegations of rape and human trafficking, as I put to Andrew Tate tonight.
If you may have looked at someone wrong or sped in a car in 2012...
I just realized something. Is his brand like called Top G or something? Is that why Bad Lefty is making all these like these G references right now?
They're going to try and put you in jail.
But Bedfordshire police are looking into very serious allegations. But you must accept that they're very serious allegations.
If you interrupt me again, sir, please. So what happens is, when you get to a certain level of fame, they go through your entire life forensically and try and destroy you.
Earlier, they had been brought before a judge to hear that they will be sent to the UK. But not until after a Romanian court has itself tried them on similar, unrelated charges, and, if found guilty, any prison sentence has been served. Both men have denied all the charges against them. Andrew Tate is loved by his many fans for his pronouncements on how men should
there's
act.
the Bugatti.
His detractors say his message represents a danger to women.
Female.
Yeah, I gotta say. I don't feel like I give them a lot of credit very often, but in this particular case, I gotta say, congratulations, good job, Romania. Really great job there. I'm impressed in this one particular case.
are barely sentient.
In his own words, Andrew
So
Tate
true.
describes himself as absolutely a misogynist.
It doesn't matter whether a woman wants to be a lawyer or a housemaker or a webcam girl. Unless she has a man directing her,
What is a housemaker? Like, I know what a homemaker is. I know what, like, a carpenter is, like a framer, or like a roofer or something. But what's a housemaker? Is that somebody who, like, 3D prints houses? Have you ever seen those 3D printed houses before? Maybe that's what he's talking about.
they're just not built to be completely independent creatures.
Andrew Tate claims his work.
They're just not built to be. I love how he goes from one ridiculous sentence to the next. It almost makes it hard to like keep up with them, but
Words are often misinterpreted. But the police, teachers, and women's rights groups say his influence is toxic. In the UK, some women have spoken about their experience of meeting him, including Evie, not her real name, who spoke to the BBC last year, and whose words are voiced by an actress.
There's enough evidence out there to show that, you know, these women that he's harmed do exist. So I think he needs to just get a bit of a reality check and admit to what he's done.
No, can you name it?
The brothers may be.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Moa Noap over here has pointed out something that I hadn't considered. Being a man, sometimes I can't put myself into a woman's mindset, you know, adequately to be able to assess these sort of things. But her point here is that maybe some women just want to be 3D printers, and I have completely neglected that possibility, and that's on me. That's sexism. Staying with British accent having sex offenders, we're going to see the CBC News article, report, entitled Ghislaine Maxwell Seeks to Overturn 2021 Sex Trafficking Conviction. Okay, Ghislaine.
Ghislaine Maxwell, once out of prison. Maxwell was a confidant of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. She was convicted 3 years ago for providing...
I am not changing the name to that, BCAT. Not happening.
...underage girls for Epstein to sexually exploit. Now her lawyers are appealing. Reporter Will Denslow is following developments, and he joins us now live from New York. So, Will, remind us of the details of the case that saw Maxwell handed 2 decades behind bars.
Yeah, it was December 2001 when a jury reached a verdict finding Ghislaine Maxwell guilty on 5 counts, really relating to allegations that Ghislaine Maxwell engaged in sex trafficking and the abuse of young girls, really trafficking and grooming girls for the late financier Jeffrey Epstein, who died in a New York prison cell in the summer of 2019 while he awaited trial. That death was ruled a suicide. We heard back then during the sentencing from the judge Alison Nathan, who described the behaviour of Ghislaine Maxwell as heinous and predatory. We also heard a number of impact statements several years ago from a number of Ghislaine Maxwell's victims, including Virginia Giuffre, who, of course, as we know, has come and...
It's just so mystifying to me. Like, I feel like I go into this stupor when watching these videos, like, because I started thinking about, like, the fact that, you know, Donald Trump, like, was a big time, like, Epstein fan, basically, right? They definitely hung out. And, yet people who are constantly yelling about groomers never want to talk about that. Never want to talk about that at all. I'm just stumped, to be honest.
Accused Prince Andrew of sexual abuse and accusing Ghislaine Maxwell.
Wait, what happened? Did I go too far? Who went too far? Someone went too far? I missed it. I missed whatever it is. Something was very mean, though, apparently, and I'm unaware of what it was.
Trafficking her, that's something that the British Royal, of course, has vehemently denied. Virginia Giuffre, speaking at the time, said that Ghislaine Maxwell had opened the doors to hell. So some incredibly powerful statements coming from Virginia Giuffre and a number of the other victims several years ago. And of course, here we are several years later, and Ghislaine Maxwell is seeking her freedom.
And so what are the arguments we can expect from Maxwell's team?
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell has long maintained her innocence, and she said that she's essentially being tried via proxy because Jeffrey Epstein himself, as we know, wasn't able to go to trial. So she says she is being...
Hashtag girl boss. All right, stop that. Okay? It's cringe. Don't do that.
Punished for that. Her defense team has also had some very pointed accusations at those that came out and testified against Maxwell, describing that their memories were faded, distorted, and
Hashtag 3D women.
Motivated as well, be it for fame, be it to try and punish Jeffrey Epstein, as well as the publicity that this trial, of course, has captivated in the minds of the public around the world for a number of years now.
Hashtag feminism printer.
Another key part that we can expect to hear from from Maxwell's team is that of the jury that were part of this trial. One of the jurors, for example, came out after the trial concluded, and it emerged that he was himself a victim of sexual abuse as a child. The defense team for Maxwell said that is grounds for a retrial if indeed they don't get their request granted, which would be to dismiss the charges outright.
Will, thank you. That's reporter Will Denslow, live in New York.
Look, no one knows for sure what it means to be a 3D printer, okay?
There's nothing.
It was Andrew Tate who said it, okay? Go back. You watch the video. He's the one who said it, not me, not chat. So it's on him. You know? And who's to say what it means? I imagine a woman with an arm, right? And like you wear like a... Maybe you don't have to wear a backpack because you're the human 3D printer, but like you gotta like feed in like some amount of like plastic into the human first. But then like her arm, like she walks around and like she 3D prints stuff with her arm. Just gotta hold it out like a 90-degree angle. Like sometimes you gotta crouch while doing it as a human. There's some I guess what you would call like barriers to 3D printing, but hey, hashtag feminism, hashtag girl boss. That's all I've got. That's all I've got for you, chat. You know, we can do it if we just all lean in. And as allies, men, we have to lean back. Okay, it's like what's the word? It's like a seesaw, right? Like up and down, back and forth, you know? So this way it all works out. Okay. This next video that we're going to watch, super long, so we're definitely not going to watch the whole thing. So don't get excited, chat, but I don't know why I was even prompted to watch this. However, it just feels like the time to watch stuff like this right now, considering everything that's been going on in the world. So this is a PBS documentary entitled The Eugenics Crusade, An American Experience. Wait, let me go ahead a little bit.
On August 18th, 1934, 20-year-old Ann Cooper Hewitt, heiress to one of the largest fortunes in the United States, was admitted to a San Francisco hospital for an emergency appendectomy. She later learned The surgeons not only had removed her appendix, but also a length of her fallopian tubes, rendering her incapable of ever becoming pregnant. The story of the sterilized heiress hit the papers just after the new year in 1936, when Anne filed a $500,000 damage claim against the surgeons and her own mother for sterilizing her without her knowledge or consent. Anne's mother denied any wrongdoing. She'd done what she'd done for society's sake, she insisted, because her daughter was feeble-minded. It was the sort of bizarre high society scandal that would have captured the national imagination.
Real weird shit. Talk about disapproving mother. Good God. See, Mona gets it. She gets it here. Yeah, Andrew Tate's the one who said it, not me. All right? That's the evidence right there.
Under any circumstances. But that one word, feeble-minded, struck a familiar chord for Americans and linked Anne's plight to a decades-old campaign to control human reproduction, known as eugenics.
What is the bearing of the laws of heredity upon human affairs? Eugenics provides the answer.
Eugenics was proposed as the scientific solution for social problems. It was a combination of hope and aspiration on...
Look, the point, Bad Lefty, yeah. Is it 2 words? Sure, but those 2 words evoked an image in my mind, and that is all Andrew's fault, okay? Andy Taint over here was saying, hey, you know, women want to be this or that, maybe they want to be a housemaker, and I had to stop, and he forced me. He forced my hand and said, Streamlord, you have to think about this right now, about what a housemaker is, because you've never heard this phrase before in your life, and you need to figure out what that means. You gotta get to the bottom of that. And I did. We did together, you know? But it's his fault. He started it. He's the one who said 3D printers are women are 3D printers, okay? Not me.
One side. And on the other side, it was about fear. In some cases, about hate.
They are identified early, categorized, feeble-minded, imbecile, idiot.
It would have been better by far if they had never been born.
People tend to think that eugenics was a doctrine that originated with the Nazis, that it was grounded in wild claims that were far outside the scientific mainstream. Both of those impressions are fundamentally not true.
It was almost a mania that sort of swept through the country, and there was that kind of naive, optimistic vision of eugenics, like, hey, let's all get together and make better people.
The eugenics movement was about having healthy children, about having a stronger society. There's nothing wrong with that.
You feel like you're at a Trump rally, BCat. What's that about? Is that something I've done to foster this sort of environment? Because if I have done something, then I do feel like I need to also take action in this moment. You're saying that I'm going on too many tangents and it's very Trumpian? Oh no. Oh no, we're going down a slippery slope, chat. Might have to end the stream just forever. That's it, chat. Oh, you're just kidding. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, I was about to end the stream. I was like, we can't be fostering that sort of environment here. Phew, okay. Oh, I was really worried. I was really concerned. Okay. All right. I think I can manage to pull myself back together to finish this out. Good God. Don't do that to me. All right. Yeah, that is crying wolf in a way I'm not prepared to handle. live. I'm here. I'm here. It's okay. No, you don't have to apologize. Everything's fine. I'm fine. We're all fine. Aside from the fact that we're facing a great deal of doom left for the stream.
You have to look at the underbelly of what was implemented in the name of eugenics to see what was so problematic about it.
At Liberty Mutual, we believe progress happens when people feel secure.
I forgot about this. You know, I respect it, though. I don't respect it. I hate it. But you know what? If anybody wants to give me ads, PBS gets to do it just because of the fact they're a public fucking broadcast. Not that we shouldn't be funding more journalism, which I think is a real problem right now. Lack of local journalism is a real issue for democracy. If you look into it, it's partly the reason why America is slipping into an autocracy, slowly but surely. Hopefully we can stop that.
American experience.
Oh my god. But that right there is a huge problem. Do you see it? Do you see what I'm looking at? We were just talking about them. We were literally just talking about them. What was it? 2 videos ago? On Chris Hedges' podcast? The Carlisle group. Right here. That's them. That's the Carlisle group. Holy fuck. They're sponsoring stuff? Like public broadcast? They have their hands on everything. Alright, just keep that in mind while we watch this. Jesus Christ, that makes me sad. Oh, that made me sad. Super sad inside. You know, chat, I try not to stare directly into the doom, but then I see the doom just in front of me randomly, like that Carlisle thing. Yes, chat. Yes. It's like I'm trying to focus on something else, and then fucking hell, this is my life.
In the fall of 1902, an American biologist named Charles Benedict Davenport arrived in London on a sort of pilgrimage. He was 36, Harvard educated, and like many biologists of his generation, absorbed with the study of evolution. He'd been traveling in Europe with his wife, collecting seashells for research on species variation. But this was to be the highlight of the trip: a meeting with the world-renowned gentleman scientist, Sir Francis Galton. A pioneering statistician, Galton had lived his 80 years by a single motto: whenever you can, count. His obsession with measurements and patterns had led him to create the world's first weather maps, establish fingerprinting as a means of identification, and set data-backed parameters for the perfect cup of tea. Charles Davenport had come to discuss another matter: Galton's work on heredity.
Francis. Now, just to preface some of this stuff, because they move kind of slow here at PBS. Charles Benedict Davenport, he was very involved in race scientists. Sorry, not race scientists. He's very involved in race science, quote unquote, right? And was a vehement, outspoken critic of immigration in general, and of mixing with the inferior races type stuff. He also had a bunch of ties to the literal Nazis, and was a real fucking bad guy.
Galton was a great quantifier. He liked to quantify height, hair color, what is the chest size of an average man, what is the thigh length of an average man, even things like intelligence.
The important questions.
Galton had a theory that talent, as he called it, what we would call intelligence, seemed to run in families. And so it quickly occurred to him, if we can get people with high talent to mate with each other, prevent people with low talent from mating with each other, we will, within a few generations, create this race of supermen.
Francis Galton was...
I'll be honest, chat, I feel like I'm going to struggle to not stop this like every 5 seconds because it's just so much of this stuff deserves criticism. I'm going to try and hold myself back, though. Massive a-hole. That's correct. Tiny chat gel isn't stopping bad lefty. So true, so true. Hashtag free bad lefty.
Borrowing ideas and kind of riffing off of the work of his half-cousin, Charles Darwin.
Darwin believed that evolution was this natural process that was inevitably leading towards what they call the survival of the fittest. Galton really turns that idea on its head and says, natural selection isn't working very well. We need to do a form of selection. We need to intervene.
To name the effort, Galton had coined the term eugenics, a hybrid derived from two Greek words, meaning well and born. Charles Davenport believed, as Galton did, that selective breeding could transform the human race. What was needed was a scientific understanding of how heredity actually worked. And over dinner at Galton's home, Davenport declared his intention to get to the bottom of it.
Davenport said, I'm going to create a new kind of institution, a station for experimental evolution. Not Darwinian natural selection that you just go out and observe, but can we figure out how inheritance works? Can we do experiments and find the patterns of heredity?
Yeah, BCat is right. Bufune here with the oh wait, deleted comment. What happened? All right, I won't even read it. I don't know what it was that led you to delete that, but I will oh no, reposted. Never mind, I'm gonna rewrite. I'm gonna re-say it. Essentially claiming that he really went out of his way to avoid learning about social sciences in order to create some sort of a bio-pseudoscience. Yep, that's exactly what it was. I think what you said earlier, social science, also kind of worked too. Like a pseudo-bio-social science that is creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Sofia Vergara is undoubtedly right.
In December 1902, he carried with him not only a letter of recommendation signed by Galton, but also, he later wrote, a renewed courage for the study of evolution.
Davenport and Galton really did imagine that the idea of improving human heredity was of almost religious significance, of profound moral importance. They also believed they were qualified to breed a better race because they believed that they were the best and the brightest.
Scarcely more than a year later, with funding from the Carnegie Institution, Davenport opened his research station on the north shore of Long Island at Cold Spring Harbor. Situated on 10 acres along...
I guess one of the reasons why I wanted to watch this, right? There's multiple reasons. But one is I feel like there's a lot of people kind of pushing this kind of ideology out there in a sort of sinister, sort of crypto kind of way. Some in some ways is not so crypto, right? And it is it's problematic, right? And I feel like you hear a lot of this sort of stuff. Like we were listening to Sam Harris talking about Islam from 5 days after the October 7th attack, And there's just a lot of this kind of stuff that's in the ether out there right now. And with the actual genocide happening, multiple genocides happening right now, essentially, it is, I feel, a worthy subject to look at the history of, to some degree. We're certainly not going to watch all 2 hours of this. That's not happening. But I figured at least a few minutes of this was definitely worth our time.
On Oyster Bay, the place had been purpose-built for the breeding and analyzing of plants and animals, complete with sprawling garden plots, an aviary, and a half-dozen tidy enclosures housing chickens, goats, and sheep. By mating organisms with unusual characteristics, a tailless Manx cat or a rooster with a black comb, and then studying their offspring generation after generation, Davenport hoped to unlock the mystery of evolution.
Davenport wasn't yet thinking much about humans. He was just absorbing all these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
After scores of experiments, one theory seemed to stand out from the rest. The recently discovered work of an Austrian monk named Gregor Mendel, who'd spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you could come up with certain ratios to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely conjectural before.
It's becoming obvious that, in fact, there are these things called genes. These units are being transmitted from parents to their offspring, and they're giving rise to physical traits.
By 1906, the work at Cold Spring Harbor had caught the attention of the press and established Charles Davenport as a rising star in the new science of genetics. Thanks to Mendel's laws of heredity, Davenport told one reporter, agricultural breeders could now precisely select for desirable traits to develop a strain of protein-rich wheat or chicken that laid more eggs. The same methods would one day lead, he predicted, to a rapid and thoroughgoing improvement of the human race.
Davenport was tantalized by the possibility that you could take charge of human evolution. And then along comes Mendelian genetics, which seems to offer a very powerful tool. So extrapolating from the work that the breeders were doing in animals to the breeding of better human beings was a natural step.
In 1909,
okay, I think that's enough, but man, it is just one of those things that it feels like it's from so long ago. But this guy was influencing policy until I think like 1960 or something like that. Hold on. No, he died in like 1944, so like during the war. But like it's nuts. Went to Harvard, you know? Sounds reputable, you know? Ooh, he's got fancy degrees. He must know what he's talking about. Joe Biden is 90 now. Okay, moving pretty quick. Moving pretty quick there. Yeah, for instance, like, I don't know if you're familiar with the science of like phrenology, but that's basically what this guy was into, right? And it was practiced in the 1900s. It's something that we want to say doesn't exist or didn't exist in the 20th century, but did. A degree. Trump has a degree? Trump has a degree, question mark? Yes, I believe Trump does have a degree from somewhere. I believe it's like a military school or something. Where did he? You know, honestly, I feel like I should know this, but fuck it, right? Oh, that's weird. Maybe I'm right about that. Oh no, he went to the University of Pennsylvania. UPenn. Wharton School. Wharton School of Economics. I think it's possible. I believe that's true. Not that it's really all that important. Oh, Wharton School is part of UPenn. Right. Okay. Yeah. So, technically, both of those answers are correct. Well, I've segued you, chat. We looked at eugenics in America, and now we're going to look at genocide in Gaza. This next video is an Al Jazeera video entitled Gaza Residents Fear Attending Ramadan Evening Prayers as Israel Targets Mosques, which is definitely a war crime. So many war crimes, so little time.
And we can speak now with Mahmoud Al-Kashwi. Sir, you're an English teacher in Gaza. You're joining us from Rafah on this first day of Ramadan. Thank you for your time today. How are you and your family doing?
Yes, actually, as I'm a displaced person among all of these tens of thousands of displaced persons, you can see that it's a catastrophic situation now. Yes.
So, obviously, Ramadan being
Actually,
sorry, go ahead.
If I can say that, yes. Okay, just to talk about the life here, it's very gloomy and miserable situations, hard circumstances. We find difficulties in how to get food because, you know, even when we get food, the prices are in the sky. It's very expensive. It's doubled like 10 times than before the war. And actually, I'm nowadays working as a volunteer for many kitchens, free actually Tikiya charitable kitchens or soup kitchens. And one of them is Rahama Bainahum. It's called Rahama Bainahum. And in this kitchen, they provide food, hot meals for tens of thousands of displaced families who are now suffering in the camps, in the shelters around this area. In Rafah city, yes.
I was going to ask you, where do you pray, given that so many of the mosques across the Gaza Strip have been either badly damaged or completely destroyed?
Actually, there are still some mosques that we can pray at, but when we want to take the decision to go to the mosque to pray, actually, a lot of people are afraid to go to the mosque because you know that a lot of mosques are attacked. So it's like a difficult situation to go to pray, and you know that they may attack this.
I love how all of chat is just now. I almost fell over. All of chat is just talking about all the schools of economics that are the worst, and I would just point out that probably most schools of economics are pretty shitty and not exactly bastions of leftist sort of thoughts, anti-capitalist perspectives, you know? Probably just a bunch of like Jamie Dimon types.
Situation, a lot of rockets may destroy everything around, so it's a little bit difficult, and some prayers we pray at home. And even for people who are now, you can imagine that in a small tent and it's very crowded, at least 10 or 15 persons in a small tent with...
The great thing about economics is it translates to all languages. So it doesn't matter if you're in Austria or in, you know, in Alabama or Pennsylvania, or you're in, you know, South Africa, wherever it might be, right? It still winds up with a lot of the same sort of results, if you will.
No food, no clothes, no money, no job. So they are wondering every day, how can they get food? So this puts more pressure upon the father who's responsible for this family. Actually, this happens every day, so we try our best to provide food for these people and to alleviate the pain, to relieve the pain. But actually, all of our attempts, not all of them are in vain, but it's not enough at all.
I'd like to ask you a question about faith and spirituality in a time of war. Ramadan is a time for reflection. What are you able, how do you exercise your faith, and what are you able to reflect on when, as you explained to us, you're looking for enough food to feed you and your relatives, you're at any moment, at every moment, you are in danger of being bombed and you've been displaced, you're not living in your home. What can you reflect on under those circumstances?
Actually, for me, I'm a father of little kids. So when there is a nearby bomb, so my children, for sure, they are crying, and I must hug them at least to relieve their pain and to relieve the suffering at that moment. But actually, it has a lot of effects on them. Even after this war, a lot of...
It's literally the saddest farmer's market I've ever seen.
Suffering will remain in this area after this genocide. So let me talk about the part of food. Actually, when one person or one father who has a family, after evacuating under fire and walking for nearly maybe 30 kilometers, all of this area, after escaping from fire, when they suddenly found themselves in a small tent, so how can he provide food? In this way, he is forced to go to some kitchens, and you know, a lot of people are crowded in this free kitchen to get food. And some people are maybe hurt, maybe their dignity are hurt in this place. So we talk about a very complicated situation. We talk about a gloomy atmosphere, and there is no light at the end of the tunnel. All of people are now in the first day of Ramadan. You know, they have no gas to cook food for iftar. You know, fasting for almost 15 hours in a day. And then you want...
You know, I'm realizing by looking at that, I think that the way that they're getting electricity to those lights is by using this technology that utilizes... oh, what kind of force is it? I forget exactly what kind of force it is. Whatever the one it is that we're pulling on something. I saw it used in Africa, in certain areas of sub-Saharan Africa where they had no access to any electricity. And if you like hung a weight from a string or something, the weight would create the light. And I think that's how they're running these lights. I could be wrong. Obviously, I'm just making a supposition based upon a video that I saw for like 10 seconds, but I've just been wondering how they've been lighting these, but now I think I might know.
To eat after being so hungry, so you can't find enough food. You can't find fire.
Solar is totally a possibility. They very well may have some sort of a battery system somewhere, but obviously there's no sun right now, so they would definitely have a way. They would have to have a way to store that solar energy.
Even if you want to purchase some wood to, sticks of wood to burn the fire, you know, it hurts you because the black vapor comes inside the nose, the eyes.
Sir.
And this even happens for me many times.
Sir,
and it's very difficult for us, but we have no choice.
You mentioned that you were a father. What do you tell your children at the moment? How do you parent in a situation like this one?
Actually, sometimes maybe I succeed to, let me say, to deceive them and to tell them that I will buy for you the food maybe after 2 hours, 3 hours until they can just go to sleep. And so
How did we get into a discussion about Jack Welch in chat? But yeah, no, he's like the former GE vampire who like gutted a bunch of like aspects of GE, if I recall, during his tenure as CEO. And the reason I know that reference more than anything is because of 30 Rock, honestly. Because what's his name? Jack Donaghy is like obsessed with Jack Welch, right? It's like constantly talking about him, like during the show. And then eventually, like, I looked him up, but like that's like the thing that comes into like pops into my mind every time is freaking Alec Baldwin going, Jack Welch. Oh, Jack, he's so good. I'm a huge fan of Jack Welch. He's basically my idol. All right, that's not a great Alec Baldwin impression, I'll be honest. I tried, chat. My voice is tired. Run out of tea. Well, not run out, but it's far away. I'd have to go get tea, and I'm trying to do the stream, and getting tea while streaming is difficult. Economics talk. Economics. Charts and figures and numbers and figures. Money. Okay, this came out a day ago. This is another Al Jazeera report. This is entitled Israel's Cultural Annihilation of Gaza. This is the listening post.
To understand the scale of destruction in Gaza today, one needs to understand the nature of the war Israel has launched against Palestinians. We're not talking about conventional warfare. This is a war of annihilation that targets the foundations of society. We've seen universities bombed, libraries, museums. Israel is trying to prevent Palestinians from reclaiming and re-establishing life in Gaza as they knew it. My name is Jihad Abu Salim. I'm from the city of Deir al-Balah, located in the middle of the Gaza Strip. It's where I grew up and spent most of my life. Gaza City was the only Palestinian coastal city that was not conquered by Zionist militias in 1948. And that gave Gaza a huge significance and placed it as the beating heart of preserving Palestinian nationalism and furthering the Palestinian cause for liberation and emancipation.
All right, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta pee again.
By destroying universities, museums, libraries, and archives, Israel seeks to make our memory, whether it's collective, institutional, inaccessible. It's an assault on continuity. They want to force people out of Gaza, but also they want to make sure that if people return to Gaza, they find nothing and dwell for eternity in this limbo of nothingness, in this void. Gaza's old city with its mosques like Al-Umari or a church like the Church of Saint Porphyrius testifies to Palestine's complex and multifaceted history. Al-Umari Mosque is the second oldest mosque in Palestine after Al-Aqsa Mosque. And from the footage that we've seen, it seems that the mosque was deliberately targeted because there are photos that show surrounding buildings standing intact, while the mosque has been bombed to smithereens. So Israel is trying to impose a rupture between the present and the past, and of course the future. And destroying an iconic structure like Al-Umari Mosque is just part of that effort. The goal of targeting Gaza's archives is to make it impossible for people to rebuild and reclaim what has been lost. We did not only lose historical documents, but also land deeds, land registration, infrastructure plans and schemes. Now we hear all these reports of people going back to their neighborhoods and being unable to recognize where the street that they lived on was located, where their homes were. And they think that by destroying institutions or archives or looting museums, they can destroy Gaza as a place and therefore prevent people from returning there or reestablishing their lives.
Absolutely. And we've been talking about this to one degree or another for weeks. And it has been crazy to look at just how much devastation has been done on the civilian infrastructure, important sites that usually you would expect to be ignored during a war, being demolished, roads and other sorts of settlements being built in their place systematically by Israel. And yeah, it's disgusting to watch the erasure of an entire people. Like, and I feel like I struggle to come up with the words for it because it's so horrific, and I hate being like not overly emphatic, but like repeating myself over and over again, saying the same stuff. But I feel like a broken record at this point. Free Palestine. Good God.
Gaza and its district have suffered a lot in terms of the targeting and destruction of historic and heritage sites. After 1967, after Gaza became under Israeli occupation, Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan built an entire infamous career, in addition to being a war criminal, of looting artifacts from different parts of Gaza and Palestine and storing them in his own home. But also in the 1970s and 80s, Israeli forces, alongside Israeli archaeologists, looted a 4,500-year-old Canaanite cemetery located in Deir al-Balah, my hometown, and they took anything they could carry to the Israel National Museum. And today I go on the internet and I see artifacts that were stolen and looted from this site being sold around the world. And that makes you wonder if Israel's practices today are a new phenomenon or just a continuation of a long-standing pattern of
oh God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This whole thing is like it feels like a Twilight Zone type of situation. I feel like I need a Twilight Zone music sound shot. Like that feels necessary at this point. Because it's insane. I keep hearing from people it's not colonialist, it's not a You know, it's not a colonialist project. They're not occupied. All this other sort of garbage that's clearly untrue. Shade Dragon's absolutely right here on this being very British Museum feely, but I feel like the British Museum doesn't sell stuff. That's more of a I'm trying to think of the who it was that was selling a bunch of stolen artifacts recently that wasn't in this situation. I think it was during Iraq, but I can't think of exactly who it was. But I guess the point is yeah, you know, British Museum always taking stuff, telling people, no, we're not done with it. You can't have it back.
Destruction and looting of Palestinian history and culture. In this war alone, Palestinians in Gaza have lost towering figures in their society who shaped and defined the cultural and scholarly life in Gaza. And if there is one individual that captures the essence of this city and what it stands for, it's Rifat Larayr.
If the lions do not have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunters, will always glorify the occupier.
Rifat was killed while he was sheltering with his sister and her children. Before he was killed, he received a phone call from an Israeli officer warning him that they're after him. He was killed, his sister was killed, the children were killed, and his brother was also killed.
I'm an academic. Probably the toughest thing I have at home is an expo marker. But if the Israelis invade, if they target us, charge at us, open door to door to massacre us, I'm going to use that marker, throw it at the Israeli soldiers, even if that is the last thing that I would be able to do.
Jesus Christ.
An important professor and a writer and a poet whose impact transcended his personal work to shaping and molding of a generation of English-speaking.
You know who hasn't been saved from Israel? Academics, journalists, UN workers, children, pregnant women, regular people that have nothing to do with Hamas. It is just so depressing. Okay, and in an attempt to undepress us for one moment before we move forward, just because I felt it was an apt analogy and or reference, we're gonna watch this before we move further into more Gaza stuff. Not too much left Gaza wise or in general, but I always found this funny, like the thing we're about to watch, but it does describe some stuff that we were talking about just now. So let's watch this little bit of
to understand,
what do you call it?
The scale,
little break from
destruction
the
in
Doom.
Gaza today. One needs
Doom break.
A long time ago, but not long enough ago that it's not still very relevant. Everyone in Britain got in a big old boat and we set...
Before you watch the rest of this, everybody in chat who's calling, and maybe it's just Bad Lefty, who's calling James Acaster a kid, he's not a kid, okay? He's older than me, alright? He's a grown man. He just looks like a kid. Oh, you're talking about from, what is that from? Don't Lie to Me? Is that what that's from? Where there was like a kid who came on, and apparently he had pranked James Acaster with a bunch of cabbages. Is that what we're talking about? Because that is funny too. Fair point. Fair point. Okay, get cabbaged. Get cabbaged, sir. I hope you all enjoyed that palate cleanser. back to the news. This next one's from BBC. This is 23 hours ago. Gaza medics tell BBC that Israeli troops have beaten and humiliated them. Wow. Medics. People who you're not supposed to be generally attacking in any way, shape, or form.
Now, the BBC has seen evidence that doctors, nurses, and other hospital staff were detained, beaten, and prevented from carrying out vital medical duties when Israeli forces overran a hospital in Gaza last month.
Israel said it occupied Nasser Hospital, believing it was used by Hamas, and said several released Israeli hostages were also held there, as our correspondent Wura Davis reports.
Not for the first
What
time
the
in
fuck?
this war, Israeli soldiers have been filmed standing over stripped and kneeling detainees in Gaza. But these are medical staff detained after the Israeli army overran the Nasser hospital
medical
in Khan Yunis.
staff.
Most of them
So civilians is what he's saying.
are still held captive. For weeks, the medics had witnessed Israel's military advance closing in around their hospital. The fighting in Khan Yunis was fierce. Thousands of people who'd sought refuge in the grounds fled under gunfire. What should have been a place of safety was completely the opposite. One nurse was shot inside a hospital operating theatre through a window. Another person shot at the main entrance. The hospital was under siege. On February the 15th, after giving warnings, Israeli tanks overran the hospital. There were chaotic scenes as troops took control. Patients who'd been unable...
I just want to point out that attacking hospitals is one of those things that Israel has been doing repeatedly, and that you would need an incredible amount of very undebunkable evidence that it was in fact a military stronghold pretending to be a hospital. But every single image I see are of hospitals looking like hospitals with a bunch of injured people going in them looking for medical treatment, and are considered a non-target civilian infrastructure.
To evacuate were moved by medics from collapsing wards. Israel says it found...
Oh, good seeing you, Mafune. You get some rest over there. Whoopsies, what did I just do? Well, I just went way the fuck for right there.
Israel says it found Hamas weapons, also medication, which they say supports accounts from Israeli hostages that they were held there. In the IDF's own footage, you can see that hospital patients had their hands zip-tied, detained outside in their beds and wheelchairs. This was when troops also detained the medical personnel, more than 50 of them, forced to leave their posts and remove their surgical clothing. Israel says it did so in case there were concealed weapons, and that among the 200 arrested at Nasser were terrorists posing as medics. Dr. Amira Assouli had remained at Nasser throughout
It's another
the siege.
war crime. Pretending to be civilians to avoid being spotted is definitely not allowed under, I think it's just the regular old Geneva Convention.
For the Israeli incursion, risking her own neck to save lives as people were shot inside the grounds. She later witnessed what happened to her fellow doctors.
It was tough for us to see how the doctors, who'd bravely stayed at the hospital despite the dangers, were stripped and beaten. Their hands were tied behind them, and they were left in the sun for hours.
His hand broken in captivity, Dr. Ahmed Sabah is one of the very few medics to have since been released. He shows the positions they were forced to adopt for hours and says they were also tortured.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and we're gonna move forward. Partly because I just realized it's 4 o'clock over the eastern seaboard, which is where I'm currently located. Don't question it. I'm gonna skip over this one So it's basically just reiterating things I've already said. This is from 14 hours ago. This next video is from BBC, entitled First Gaza Aid Ship Sets Off from Cyprus. Which, if you're not aware, is a part of like the island chain around Greece, I'm pretty sure, and it's in the Mediterranean. Let's see.
Now, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains enormously difficult. We've seen in the last few hours another airdrop of aid coming in, and there's particular focus on the fact that aid is now going to start to come into Gaza by sea. Now, again, it won't meet the scale of the need there, but it is going to be a new route. Let's speak, first of all, to Tom Bateman, who's in Virginia, because the US are also going to be building a pier, and some more information's been released about this. And Quentin Somerville as well, our correspondent in Larnaca in Cyprus, who's been watching the departure of that first aid ship, which is going to use this newly established maritime aid corridor from Cyprus to Gaza.
Here's the thing that I just want to point out before we get too far into this. Looking at this right here, just at this image, where is it? There it is. Okay. If you look at this image, this is essentially like a ferry, right? Like, it's meant to move people, not cargo. This is not a cargo ship that they're loading up. Okay? Like, this is, you know, it's honestly not that big of a ship. If you were to put it up next to something like a cargo tanker, right? It would be dwarfed by that sort of a ship, right? And it's not intended for this purpose, which makes it all the more sort of ridiculous that it's being touted as a solution to letting trucks in.
The ship left this morning just before 9 a.m. local time.
You're good. You can go. You can go another 4 hours. Okay, Morbius. I'll just hand the stream over to you when I'm tired.
The Open Arms. It's a Spanish vessel, but it's being operated by an American charity, World Central Kitchen. They're taking 200 tons of aid, flour, rice, pre-prepared meals. That might seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, and particularly in terms of Gaza's need, it's a tiny amount. They've got a long journey ahead of them. It normally takes about 15 hours to get from Larnaca to Gaza, but in fact it'll take about 50 hours, we think, perhaps 2 days, because of the nature of the vessel and the cargo that it's carrying. It's not a ship that's built for moving cargo, and when it gets there it will be difficult, because Gaza has been hammered by Israeli bombardments, and most of the infrastructure is gone. They want to get this aid to northern Gaza, which is particularly badly affected. People there on the brink of famine, children suffering from malnutrition, but there is no pier, there is no jetty. So World Central Kitchen are busy while that ship is in the water. They're taking some of the debris from the devastation in Gaza, and they're building a jetty. It's an around-the-clock mission. They say they're working 24/7. So
wait, what? Did I just hear them right? They're building a jetty out of destroyed buildings from Gaza. Oh, it's so dystopian. Oh my god. What age we're living in the stupidest timeline, I swear to God.
hopefully by the time that the Open Arms lands or arrives in Gaza, it has somewhere to dock, and it can offload that aid and start distributing it to some of the 60 kitchens it has across the territory.
And Quentin, I know you've been doing some calculations on this, because what is actually aboard that ship is really a very small amount of aid compared to the need currently in Gaza.
Thank God they're going to do the calculations for me.
The United Kingdom says that Gaza needs about 500 trucks a day going in. It's currently running about 100 trucks a day. Trucking aid in is the most efficient and the quickest, the most effective way of getting aid to Gaza. Sending it hundreds of miles across the sea isn't. And the calculation is that you would need 50 of these barges every single day arriving in Gaza to match those 500 trucks that the UK and others have been.
So just remember that 2%. That's what we're talking about here. That one boat that's being touted as the savior of Gaza. All this aid we're giving them now. Finally, they can rest easy. 2% of what is needed. Super helpful. Okay.
Pressurising Israel for many months to let into Gaza, but to no avail.
And Tom Bateman, you're there in Virginia because Quentin was talking there, of course, about the lack at the moment of anything large scale to actually bring aid ashore. That is what the US military are about to do. What have you been finding out there? What have they been saying about their logistical plans?
Well, what's actually happening here now, Anna, is 4 ships have left, and the 4th one just behind me is setting off now. It's going to head south down towards Florida and then head across the Atlantic into the eastern Mediterranean. These ships are building a floating harbour that will be constructed by around 1,000 US Army troops off the coast of Gaza. So they're going to build this thing. The trip itself takes 30 days. It's then another few days, they say, to construct it. And this will create effectively an offshore harbour that will allow very large civilian ships to offload container loads of aid via a floating pier that these troops will construct and will then be floated to the shore of Gaza. It will have to be obviously anchored and attached on the coastline. And there are a lot of questions remaining about all of this because we still don't know who this will be coordinated with, who will build and crucially secure the aid once it's on shore, and then how the distribution takes place. The Pentagon have talked about...
I'm just going to point this out. This is breaking news that we're actually seeing in more than one way. Those appear to be boots on the ground. It's the first time we've actually been able to see the boots and the ground. I'm definitely seeing boots on the ground, walking on it, the ground, which they're not supposed to be doing. Although this isn't Gaza, so probably is this? Oh, no, this is in Virginia. Never mind, take it all back. There's boots on the ground in Virginia. Why are they all here for this? What the fuck? What is this? What am I looking at? I just noticed this freaking thing up here. What is happening here?
The UN being involved and some Israeli involvement.
You said 5% you were off. That's okay. You were close. You overshot it slightly, but I feel like that was just you trying to be optimistic, and I can understand that.
Potentially with security, but we still don't have the answers to that. And some of these fundamental issues remain, as Quentin was alluding to there, because this is a huge logistical operation announced by President Biden in his State of the Union address last week. But the fact remains that all of this and more could be done very easily by road if, as aid groups say, there was more opening of the land crossings by the Israelis. And that's why this is a political rather than a logistical issue at its core. And the Americans continue to put that pressure on the Israelis, they say, to open more land crossings into Gaza.
Tom, thank you. That's Tom Bateman there in Virginia. And
Okay. Oh, God. That was one long stream. Hope everybody made it through okay. It's fantastic having you all here to stare into the abyss along with myself. And I'm hoping we'll see each other soon. That's it for me, Streamlord. So you stay... Excuse me. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
house is full of Pepe.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Aren't I a good guy? This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I'm not trying to ban any books. You're not trying to ban any books. You said I'm trying to ban books. Are you trying to remove books from libraries? From public libraries. Don't be creepy.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction